lights. Oh, I tried to steal my breath. Oh, when you dance like fire. And I can barely look at you sitting here with your having to cry, my babe. I could spill this roaring at rivers just to have you for once by my side. Oh, I am trying to kill me, babe. Oh, when the slaves like fire. Oh, I am trying to seal my faith. I shall be cursed, you're my hero's breath. of sympathy, just a taste of reality. I'm just gonna say not yet where I wanna be, at least I ain't living on my knees. My God, wise man once said to me, be the change that you wanna see. Yeah, looking for another place to be, 'cause I don't like sending my feet.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what an absolute honour it is to be back here at the 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. My name is Joshua Graveling. Alongside me up in the commentary box, once again this year, is Dan Curran. It's an absolute honour to be back on comms this year, and we're really excited for the 48th running of this great event.
Oh, mate, excited is an understatement. It's been an absolute pleasure to be out in the desert again this year. The weather has been kind to us. It is absolutely beautiful out here. Again, we never use the word that the dust is settled, but man, they've had some unseasonable rain out here that has made it absolutely beautiful. And now the cold's kicked in. I tell you what, we are in Alice Springs for another fantastic Finke. As you said, the 48th year. And I tell you what a year it's going to be, because there's some big names here. There's some names that aren't here. It's going to be a real upset, a real shuffle, a real move, a real shake, and it's going to be very interesting to see who can be standing king of the desert come the end of the weekend.
Yeah, there's going to be so many different storylines to follow this weekend, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure not to go anywhere and you are tuned in to the live stream, or if you're out the track, you're here watching it, because there's so many different stories and we're going to bring them to you over the weekend. We've got a great team behind us this year once again, and it's going to be absolutely amazing. There's a heap of different cars that we're looking at this year. We could crown a new king of the desert, and as well as the bikes as well. We've got some pretty good bike competitors in the female categories right up there as well, which is awesome to see.
Yeah, absolutely, and we see a big shift there with the females moving on to the big banger bikes too as well. They're on 500s, you know, like it's going to be a lot of action there, and again, you know, plenty of, exciting storylines down that motorbike path as well. You know, we've got David Walsh, we've got Callum Norton, we've got all the big names. You know, Liam Walsh has come off a two-time Don River Dash win now, so, you know, and he's been training a lot with David, so, you know, the cousin might be there nipping on the heel, so there's lots of stories there. There's a lot of great riders. It's going to be an amazing Finke Desert Race again, and as you said about the cars, you know, obviously Toby not here this year. First off, huge congratulations to Toby and Paul with their, Baja 500 win. Absolutely amazing. First time Australians won that race over there in Mexico. So, you know, tip of the hat to you boys over there, Paul Wheel and Toby, putting in a huge effort. But what that means is that they're not here at Finke at the Desert Race. So, you know, it's going to be a huge lineup of competitors. They're all just chomping at the bit to get down there. You know, obviously, Bo Robinson, Trav Robinson, all those guys are going to be right there. You know, we talked about the Mr. Diggets. You know, there's also all the pro buggies. Andy Brown's here in a new all-wheel drive Illumicraft buggy. You know, there's pro buggies, there's pro lights that can be right there. You mentioned about Molesey, you know, like there's so many cars here that are going to be right at the top of the tree here, and, you know, it is going to be sharp at the Monday's finish. So very excited about that, Josh, to see who gets there and who, whether even this weather affects the way that the race plays out. You know, is it going to be heavier down there? Even as I'm looking out of our beautiful commentary booth that we get every year, which is an absolute treat for us, you know, the prologue track has changed. So, if you guys are sitting at home starting to listen, welcome all around Australia, further around the world. We've got, you know, Americans and that, and we've actually got Americans like Gene Taylor, the Get Builder, is here this weekend running around Finke. I'm sure there's many others that we're going to catch up with. But, you know, what we're looking at is rather than that main straight, you know, across the start-finish line, you know, it now has a very aggressive S-bend in it. That's going to change prologue. You know, it's going to be an interesting game here. And I tell you what, we've got these beautiful images down here. Again, look at the presentation on these race cars down here. You know, there's so many beautiful vehicles on display here this weekend, Josh. It is a true treat for a motorsport petrol head enthusiast, isn't it?
Oh, mate, you would be in absolute heaven right now. And every year when we line up these vehicles and we line up the bikes, you can see, like, I look over to the left right now, the crowds are in, they're just being let on into the car area there now to go and have a look. And it's the great thing about scrutineering here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. You can talk to the teams, you can talk to the drivers, the navies, the riders, get that insight on how the track's looking and stuff like that, what they've changed to the bike, what they've changed to the car, all the different setup things. This race is very, very technical, and that's a thing that heaps and heaps of people come out months before this event and try to get it right. As we have a look at the Haken machine, it looks absolutely amazing. But it's great to see the teams out in team colours and promoting this great event.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a beautiful old Jimco 2000, that one. A real classic era where they first went to the A-arms. I tell you what, it changed the game for the car class. You know, up until then, the motorbikes were faster down Finke and back than the buggies, and then the A-arms came out with a man, Mark Burrows, was the first man to beat The buggies are both ways, which is pretty impressive. And again, this is one of those, I won't say earlier generations, but yeah, Jimco 2000 series would have raced in America back in the day, probably done a few Bahas and bits and pieces itself. And now over in Australia getting a rebirth. Bit more racing, and I tell you what a beautiful machine. And you were talking there, Josh, about the changes. You know, we were talking, we can, I think we can pick. You know, I'm only a commentator, I'll give you the hot tip. But, you know, we talked about Lander's car, looked like it was a little bit high. Looks like maybe they've done some modifications, maybe some suspension work to that to make it a bit quicker down the Finke track. You know, there's some beautiful vehicles on display and on show. And I tell you what, they've all been tweaking and adjusting and modifying, and it's a great thing to see.
Yeah, it definitely is. And talking to a couple of the drivers out there, they said it will probably be a little bit harder on the gear this year because of the rain that we have had. So that's going to be a very interesting thing to watch with reliability and whether teams are going to be changing things down at the Finke end to make sure that their run back to Alice is as good as it can be. So it's anyone's game this year. I'm going to say that right here, right now, and I'm going to put it out in the bikes as well because you never know what this track will do. Just like the mountain, just like Bathurst, we always compare Finke to Bathurst. It's what the racetrack tells you or gives you to do. Like, that's the great thing about this thing. The desert tells you. You don't tell the desert. Yeah,
absolutely, Josh. Now, you're talking about a few things that might be interesting. We're talking about the weather. Like, is this a situation where we see some fuel changes have to change? You know, like the sand will be heavier going through this wetter sand through, you know, some of the bottom of the whoops down there at Bonduma have reportedly got some form of water in them. So, you know, like, is that going to be a factor? Like, are we going to see more cars run out of fuel this year? They're planning on running, you know, 230. Some of these big trucks are using nearly 300 litres of fuel to get to Finke. That's pretty wild, isn't it? You know, some of these guys have got extended tanks, bits and pieces. So, you know, particularly when you're looking at, they're now measuring fuel by the by the metre, not the kilometre. You know, we've been talking to some of these competitors before and they're like, oh yeah, we get 720 metres per litre. That's pretty insane sort of fuel economy numbers. And, you know, like the difference between 600 metres and 700 metres for 226 Ks is a real effect. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out as well.
Yeah, it definitely will be. And like with the bikes as well, you talk about the bike category and where it will look to go with this weather. And it looks like it's a lot rougher in the first probably 100 Ks from what I've heard from bike riders. So that's also another very interesting thing. Is Scrutineering going, not Scrutineering, is Prologue going to be the big factor this year? I know I'm not going to say dust levels are going to be eliminated. That never happens here at Finke. So they will be down a little bit, but is it still going to be that you need to get Prologue #1 to be able to chase? But that's the thing. We've seen it in the past with David Walsh not getting that first position, and he makes it up in that first 100K. So there's so many different stories. There's so many different people coming into it. And like I've heard Brodie Waters has been out here for months on end trying to get that bike as quick as he can to put himself on one of those top paying positions. That there's so many different bike riders out there in the top 20 that we sort of tend to look over sometimes or just forget about altogether. Like Ben Grabham's back. He's number 9 this year and he's in the Masters class again. So he's one to watch.
I tell you what, he'll be putting on a Masters class too, the true king of the desert there. Absolute legend, Ben Grabham. And it will be interesting to see him race. And, you know, they interviewed him last year and he said he is happy to race as long as he felt like he was enjoying and being competitive, and he's back again, so it's great to see. And you're right, mate. You know, it's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out, and you know the positions that they come Monday. It's going to be very interesting.
And as well as the locals, young locals. So this is another thing that we tend to forget about is the local young blokes coming up who haven't been able to ride Finke in the past, and I've seen a lot of them getting their bikes prepared, and that's the thing when you've got David Walsh and you've got all these really high caliper desert races here, you can go out with them, learn the track, learn to, you know, maybe not ride full noise that whole time, but all those tiny little tips, the setup tips as well for those younger guys. There's so many coming up through the ranks. It's great to see as well. So it's anyone's year, and I reckon the classes this year, the top 3s, top 5s are all going to be changing again. So it's going to be very interesting.
Now, Josh, how many Finkes in a row is this for David Walsh if he gets this one?
So it will be 5 in a row, which we'll put him on level with the legendary Randall Gregory. When he did it back those years ago, he went 5 consecutive years. I have heard from David Walsh that he's not keeping that in his head this weekend. He just wants to get out there and get there and back, just like a lot of people do this weekend. But we're going to go down to the start-finish line now with our awesome host, Rihanna and Kiaiza.
Well, it wouldn't be a Finke without it being absolutely, flawless.
Yes.
We're here, we're enjoying the desert. It's all happening. And I tell you what, again, we're seeing those beautiful images and the sky's blue. There's not a cloud in the sky at the moment. So I tell you what a perfect backdrop we have here this weekend. And with that beautiful range, I tell you what, absolutely magic there, Josh.
Oh, it is stunning out here in the Red Centre. That's the great thing. And welcome to all those people that have travelled from everywhere to Alice. But we're going to go down back to the start line now.
Thanks so much, Josh and Dan. I'm so excited to be back here for the 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. I'm Rihanna Crean, and I'm joined down here on the track by Keziah Dawn. Keziah, I actually wasn't here last year. I missed last year. I was devastated I couldn't come. Had to have a baby. But you were here, so what did I miss?
Well, there was so much that you did miss, and I'm so excited that you're back, but you do have a gorgeous little boy, so you should be very proud. But we did miss you. There was so much action heading down, so many cars that also didn't make it back, but also in the riders categories as well. David Walsh obviously winning his 4th in a row, so he's going for that 5th equal record this year. Toby Price, who won in the trucks last year, he won't be back this year. So biggest story I think of the weekend is who is going to take that crown of King of the Desert. Tonight is the night that we go and meet some of these entries. We have a wonder. What are you most looking forward to finding out tonight?
Yeah, exactly. All the official action kicks off with scrutineering tonight. As you can see, some of the cars, some of the trucks, some of the buggies already being scrutineered. The fans are here starting to flow through the gates. And we'll be here all throughout the evening, just catching up with everyone that's going to be taking part in this weekend's Finke Desert Race. We're over 300 in the bike category and over nearly 200 in the cars category. So we've got riders and drivers from all over the country. And do you know what is really interesting? That over 50% are first-timers racing here at Finke this weekend. So just a huge opportunity for people to A, cross the line, and B, maybe potentially get up closer to that start-finish line with a few less people like Toby Price is not here this weekend.
Well, it's a big challenge, I guess, this year. It's really open. We're going to have, obviously, the Robertson brothers in that running. Bo, a bit of a favourite to take that crown off Toby. But those first-timers, this is just, for a lot of them, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be able to go there and come back. And some of them come back and do it another year. But it's really exciting when you're down there, down at the Finke end. I'll be down there with the campsites and all the action and excitement. It's more than just a race, and it's more than where you place. It's the whole story and the whole journey of how you get there, who you're doing it with. We've got fathers, daughters teaming up. We've got women's category back for the 2nd year in the bikes. There are just so many awesome stories, and that's our job. We're going to go out and find those stories and bring them to life.
Yeah, absolutely. Women's category back for the 2nd year. Last year it was the 1st year. Taylor Maurice took out the Queen of the Desert crown. She is back to defend her title. We've got 20 females in the women's category. So a massive, massive weekend for women in desert racing. And we've got some first-time girls as well as such girls who are returning. Catherine Scoville, she's going for her 9th Finke Desert Race. So that's incredible that these women have been around absolutely braving it. Huge amount of courage, and now they have their own class where they can take out that Queen crown.
Catherine actually was watching her on Instagram yesterday doing the track walk and looking through the chaos that's out there, because that's the other element of this weekend, is that it has been quite rainy, so the track is quite wet. There's a bit of chaos out there. Great for spectators, not so great for those competing, but there's a lot of excitement, and I think that's what makes this race just, an absolute thrill to be part of, to cover. And there's so many stories. This is the beginning.
Fun fact, I went to primary school with Catherine Scoble, so there you go. Oh, many, many, many years ago.
Small world. It's so small, and we're going to run into familiar faces all weekend. For me, this is my 3rd year here, so there's a few teams that I'm excited to go back and see. The Patriots, method of racing with Ryan Taylor again. So we're going to wander, we're going to find those stories for you tonight, and let's find out who is competing in this year's Tatts Finke Desert Race.
So if you're tuning in to the live stream, or if you are here at Alice Springs, we'll bring you all the stories throughout the evening, throughout Scrutineering. We'll be here all night until it's dark, until the last car and the last bike has been scrutineered. We're going to take a very short break and bring you more coverage live from here in Alice Springs.
Concrete is one of the world's most relied upon materials. It is all around us. It builds our homes, our infrastructure, and industrial developments. It builds our communities and where we grow. Adbri's Futurecrete possesses the benefits of concrete while using recycled materials to lower embodied carbon compared to conventional concrete, with no cement substitution.
The Finke Desert Race Committee and club members congratulate and thank all our sponsors for getting on board Australia's ultimate off-road race. Not only is it the premier off-road event in the country, it's pulled together by a voluntary committee with enormous community support. It is the generosity of sponsors that keeps costs down and assists us to promote it far and wide.
The Finke Desert Race Committee acknowledges our amazing sponsor, The Lot by Tatts. Tatts have invested well over $1 million in sponsorship since 2000, and together we have forged a strong sporting partnership. Their generosity has allowed Finke to grow to what you see today.
The one thing that the Tatts Finke Desert Race has maintained since it started in 1976 is that it allows anyone to enter. Whether you are the best in the country or just in it for the fun, all competitors strive to achieve a finish. It is with the help of our platinum sponsors that anyone can have a go. We acknowledge the following: Northern Territory Government, TAB, Lassiter's Hotel Casino, Alice Springs Town Council, Imparja Television, Lion, Method Race Wheels.
The Finke Desert Race Committee would like to show great appreciation for our gold sponsors who provide key services and expertise to support the running of the event. Exact Contracting, Ram Hire, Chubb Fire and Safety, Adbri, Morton Brothers Contracting.
With a race of epic proportions, it is the smaller sponsor that gets targeted by competitors hoping to ease their entry burden. A proportion of these also support the event, and we are grateful for their contribution. The club now asks that you support those who support the event. Think of that the next time you are ready to make a purchase. We'd like to thank the following sponsors and supporters: Alice Equipment Hire, Alice Plaza Shopping Centre, Desert Technologies Proprietary Limited, Asprint, National Australia Bank, Thrifty Car Rental, Sportsnet Holidays, Centre Pest Management, Red Centre Technology Partners, APJ Concrete, Northern Territory Correctional Services, Hastings Steering CAT.
The Finke Desert Race Ambassadors are unlike many other promotional modelling positions around the country, selecting real women who have both a passion and interest in motorsport, but also have an interest in volunteering their time to a community event. They become part of the Finke family and are widely recognised. We thank each girl for their contributions as volunteers.
Josh, I tell you what an epic bit of footage that we've just saw. How you cannot get the heart going like that, I tell you what. And, you know, like as we were sitting here, we're talking about we've got this amazing, Finke program. It is a full book. It's got stories, it's got competitors. But looking through these competitors, Josh, absolutely amazing. We've got the likes of Travis Robinson, Danny Brown, Matt Hansen in the number 7 is back. He's been an Australian championship in the past, and, he's had a little bit of a bad run lately with, mechanical issues, but never with speed issues. He's always super fast, so hopefully they've got that sorted. And as I look down, James Cook coming out of a side-by-side now in a Get Pro buggy, and he's been fast. He's come off some really good support. Glenn Owens and Tom Owen is back, and Glenn has won this event for previously in the number 30 Jimco. So as I look down, Shannon Red again. I don't know how to keep going with this list of pro cars. Like Kai Camilleri has stepped up now out of a side-by-side and is now racing the 34 Pro buggy. And as we keep going, the list just gets better and better. Habies are here. Royden Bailey has just come off a win at the Don River Dash, which is a sand race, fresh out of the Finke style of racing. So, that real desert element. And, those element cars, they're always fast here. Kent Battle's here as well. Wow, what a list of pro cars. If I had a trophy truck, I'd honestly be shaking right now. I think the pro buggies are here to win.
Yeah, no, they definitely have a heap of competition on their heels. Like Mark Burrows is in there as well.
Burrows, yep.
Past winners, they're all scattered throughout the field. So it's going to be very, very interesting. But we're going to go down to the number 86, who's with Rihanna.
Year, Rick and Shane, you're in the pro buggy class, but what I love about you guys is your beards.
I don't know, it just started. We had to do something to be a bit different and stand out from the crowd, and it seems to be working, make people smile, and that's what we want to do, so let's have a go.
So, Shane, just tell us a bit of background. How many years have you guys been racing Finke?
I've done it about 8 or 9 times now, on and off. Started in 2002. I ran one by myself, and then we've been coming out together since 2013. Missed a few through various injuries, but got to come out loud and proud. Absolutely, and you absolutely have done that. Now, you tell me you've done it on the bike as well, but you're in the pro buggy. What was behind the switch?
With age comes a cage. The wife's definitely happy that I'm in a cage and not on a bike anymore.
So what brings you back year on year to put yourself through it, put yourself through the stress, put yourself through the expense? What brings you back?
It's got to be the red dirt. It's just Finke. It is. It's got its own stigma and that attached to it, and just finishing it when a number of times we've been lucky enough to is, what we keep coming back for. It's a feeling. It's the whole community that's around here. That's why we do it.
Now, Shane, just give me a bit of a rundown of your buggy here. This is a question without notice because I didn't ask you this earlier, but give us, how long you've had it, what's been required to get it to the point where you are now?
It's 2001, so it's got a fair bit of age. when we got our hands on it, it was fairly run down. So it's had an engine freshen up, it's had a new gearbox put in it, suspension work, and just a lot of hours. But we've had it for 5 years now, and we're gradually getting better and better, and hope for a top 20. We'll be pretty happy with that.
And are you guys flipping the spanners as well, or who's doing all the work?
Yeah, we got some friends here that they'll do a lot of spanner work and stuff for us as well, but we're both diesel fitters, so we do a lot of fixing ourselves.
And I just need to know, what's behind the green and orange? Like, what's the story?
Well, the green keeps the wife happy. It's her favourite colour, and you know, if you keep her, make like her feel like she's part of it, well, it makes things a bit easier. And the orange, well, no, it's the orange dirt, you know, from home on the cattle station, that sort of stuff. I mean, so it just seems to work.
Happy wife, happy life, isn't that what they say?
100%. Happy wife, happy life.
Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate your time. Good luck this weekend. Enjoy it. Stay safe out there.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think, Kazai, you've got a very special guest, last year's Queen of the Desert.
Thanks, Rihanna. I found myself an unofficial Queen of the Desert. We're working on that official title, Taylor Maurice. How excited are you to be back and defend your title?
Oh, I'm super excited. I absolutely love this event. It's something I've always wanted to do growing up, and proud to be here and representing the girls.
And last year was your first time running, but it's also the first time we had a women's category, and that category has been growing over the last 12 months. How involved have you been in that process?
I like to think that I've been heavily involved in promoting it through my social media, as well as speaking to as many girls as I can to encourage them to throw themselves out there and enter the event.
And you and Catherine, you went for a walk around the prologue track yesterday. There's a few whoops out there. Talk us through the challenges that you're probably going to face tomorrow.
We spend a lot of time during prologue practice day working out what the best lines are, and I think with this rain that we've had, most of that's just going to go straight out the window. So I guess that's probably going to be the challenge, is going out there and working out the best way around that track.
And another challenge for you this weekend, stepping up from a 250 to a 450. Talk us through the decision behind that change.
I found that last year the 250 was really good, but I was just tasting a little bit more top end speed, as well as a little bit more go in the heavy sand and the whoops.
And that's the big challenge this weekend, I guess, as well, with that wet and the rain. So do you reckon the 450 is going to be a little bit better taking on some of those challenges?
Yeah, definitely. But I will have to be wary, because the 450 definitely takes it out of me a little bit more than the 250 did. It'll just be managing my fatigue levels throughout the event.
And how confident are you that we are going to have you across the finish line as the defended unofficial Queen of the Desert?
Look, I will say there are some absolutely incredible women coming here this year. We've got some returning champions, and so look, confidence levels aren't quite up there, but I'm going to do the best that I can.
That's all you can do. You can go out there and have fun. We're going to continue to wander. There's quite a few riders that are rocking up here in the bike section. Back to Josh and Dan in the commentary box, and I'll chat to you guys a little bit later.
Thank you very much. We are very excited now to speak with the 7-time Bathurst winner and 3-time Supercars champion, Down with Rihanna.
And have I found a very familiar face, two very familiar faces, Craig Lowndes, Dale Moscott. Craig, you've been here so many times, but you're finally doing the race. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. It's great. It's great to be back. We've been here since Monday, so like most people, sort of doing the pre-running and getting ready and getting things sorted. But this has been a 2-year program in the making. And last year, the GMSV guys built this truck. It wasn't quite ready to run. This year it is. And now between Dale and myself, hopefully we can get down to Apachula and back on Monday afternoon and showcase what it's all about. And really, it's the first time GM have really got behind this.
Tell me, why did you want to do this?
Well, I've been out here a number of times like yourself, and I've run the prologue a couple of times in different things, but never actually got an opportunity to run down the track. And Tuesday we did a full run back in a stocks Silverado, and if that can make it, this can make it.
Dale, you've been at this race plenty of times. You've done racing all over the world. What does Finke mean to you?
Look, it's a legendary event. I mean, I used to have a clash overseas every year, and I didn't manage to get here until 4 or 5 years ago, and yeah, it's a place I want to come back to every year. There's something special about it. You know, Craig saw last night the atmosphere in Alice and shutting down main streets and just everyone coming, and they come from all over Australia. Even the people I've met tonight that have come from, you know, all different places from Australia, and we come to the Red Centre because it's a magical place to be.
So tell me a little bit about this car. I mean, it looks unreal. Just tell me, how's it going to handle the track?
Look, it's the strengths and weaknesses game. In these class categories, there's strengths and weaknesses. There's places on this track we are going to be hauling the mail. Like, it is really, really fun to be in. And there's other places where we need to protect it because it is a standard motor car, essentially. So, yeah, that's our job together. We've done a pre-run down and got all the notes for it. We got just over 2,000 notes in each direction. So, yeah, there's a lot to do for both of us. Hopefully he's still plugged in when we get to the other end. He's been listening, and, yeah, we'll see where we go. But we're here to have fun. We're here to support the brand. We're here to support the sport. And, yeah, we're just the two idiots that get to sit in the car and have the fun part. So, yeah, hopefully come Monday afternoon we're still smiling.
Craig, this is so different from what you're used to. Circuit racing, on a road, on tarmac, things, you know, very, very controlled in a sense. This is completely out of control. I mean, how, it's such an obvious question, but what is so different about it?
Everything. I think that's, I'm a little bit probably, in a sense, out of my comfort zone because you sort of, as you said, on a bitumen track that actually joins together, you get multiple laps, hopefully get one of them right eventually. This is you get one chance. Go down, get one chance back. And then that's what probably the excitement of everyone that's here, all the drivers and competitors, is to try and get that one run right. And for me, it's you know, just the enjoyment. You go through so many different, you know, you go from sand to rocky to creek crossings, back to sand to whoops to big massive hills, and then you get down to Apachula and you get that like nice little ski jump. And there's all those things that, you know, you just sort of, I know that I'm going to go down there, and Dale is going to be calling the shots, and I'm going to be probably a little bit more conservative and just make sure we get down, get back, and then you're going to go back in your mind once you get down there, go, I could have gone faster there, like a typical race driver. But you know, look, this class is great. You know, I'm really looking forward to showcasing the Silverado, seeing what we can do, and as I said, it's been a 2-year program, passion of love in the sense within the GMSV group as a you know, organisation to be able to build this after hours, and it's just great to finally be here.
Dale, what were his first words when he did that first run on the way to Apachula?
Look, the first test we did, he hadn't been in a car on gravel for, I don't know, 10, 12 years, something like that. And it took about 30 metres for the rust to fall off. So he's really looking forward to it as much as I am. Yeah, the humps and whoops are going to be a challenge. There's no question about that. But, you know, we had a whole heap of people last night were signing posters and that for, and the poster is this thing at 140 k's an hour, 6 foot in the air. So, yeah, we'll see what we can do on the way down. There's going to be places that'll be really, really exciting, and hopefully it's exciting for the fans out there as well. It
certainly will be. Thank you, Dale. Thank you, Craig. There are literally hundreds and hundreds of people waiting to meet you, waiting to get an autograph. Enjoy, stay safe. We'll talk to you throughout the weekend, but thank you so much.
I tell you what, Josh, I love the play down of Craig Lowndes. Oh, I haven't done a real lot, just a multiple Australian Safari winner. You know, done a fair bit around the Land Cruiser Mountain Park scene back in the day. Has been, you know, a little bit tight with a young Billy Geddes with a trophy truck. So, you know, I like the fact that it's like, oh, yeah, he's been around Finke a bit and he's going to be a force to reckon with in production four-wheel drive, which is exciting to see because we were talking about it before, you know, with Ford turning up last year and now Chevy turning up. I tell you what. The pace is on. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, definitely. And the great thing about that is that we get to see somewhat of a supercars battle happen out on dirt because we've got two factory-supported teams, Ford and Chevy, that are out here in production four-wheel drive going at it. So we've got a little bit of a supercars element, which is awesome to see. So yeah. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be the GM badge or is it going to be the Ford? So it's going to be interesting.
A story as old as time, isn't it, really?
Yep.
So, yeah, very exciting to see, absolutely. And I tell you what, it's going to be great to see those competitors race in production four-wheel drive and the other competitors in production four-wheel drive. You know, again, it really is a tough class, as they alluded to down there. You know, standard suspension, pickup points. You know, it is really a factory four-wheel drive that's racing. You know, some aftermarket safety gear and some suspension modifications. But, you know, you really can't go too far with them. You can't chuck a turbo on or put, you know, long trailing arms in it. So production is pretty impressive. So it's going to be exciting to see how that plays out, Josh.
Yep. Well, we're going to go down back to the start-finish line with the reigning king of the desert.
Walsh, 4 times back-to-back, going for the 5th one this year. How much prep's gone into Tatts Finke Desert Race 2024 for you?
Yeah, I mean a lot. Pretty lucky to have the support from the same team, KDM and HTG. So we're looking really good. And just excited to get out on the track this weekend.
Yeah, do you want me to grab my husband too, driver?
To showcase.
And you were telling me you've got a brand new...
It's a brand new model, brand new frame, new suspension, new everything basically. Not much bolts on from last year's bike. So yeah, there's a lot of testing done, a lot of hard work, a lot of hours, and but we've got together a package that's you know, better than last year. So I'm looking forward to riding it.
And you're one of those riders who's very familiar with the Finke Desert Race track, but we've had a bit of rain lately. How much does that mess with the track and especially Prologue tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I went for a walk around Prologue. It looks like a lot of the water's getting moved away, which is good. And I'm lucky enough I get the sweep lap in the car with Smoothie first, so that'll be good. And then the track, it'll just be difficult because I mean the whoops all get a bit bigger and they can they pack in a lot of bigger square edges, so it can be a bit dangerous. But it's all same for everyone, I guess. We just got to get through it the best we can.
And there's a few riders who are going to be hot on your tail trying to take the crown away from you. So who are some of those riders that you're watching out for out there?
Definitely my teammate and cousin Liam Walsh. He's going to be really fast this year. Corey McMahon on the gas, he's also going to be quick. And then, you know, you can't count out Callum Norton, who got second last year. And yeah, so there's a lot of good competition out here, and yeah, it'll be a fun weekend.
Well, it all starts with Prologue tomorrow, so don't go home too late tonight. Get a good night's sleep. Good luck out there tomorrow. Back to you guys, Josh and Dan, in the comms box.
Yeah, absolutely amazing stuff there from David Walsh. Isn't that so good to see the multiple-time King of the Desert and the local? You know, there's that great story about Colton Udall coming over from America, racing in Baja. He was the king of Baja at one period of time there, you know, after Johnny Campbell and that. And he came over and he said, it's just out of control. You know, you don't know how it's going out. It's playing out because then, you know, like this kid's driving nails the next day and he's winning, you know, the Finke Desert Race. It's absolutely mind-blowing that David Walsh is as fast as he is for, you know, what's not his day job.
Yeah, no, exactly. And like for him to jump on a bike all year round and be that quick is absolutely awesome. But we're going to go back down to the start line. Looks like we've got the Mild Waters with one of our lovely presenters.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what a combination. Husband and wife, Joy, Amy and Jack Mildwater. You're back again. You're just telling me this is your 6th year, but it hasn't been a great run. Tell me about it.
Unfortunately, we're 5 DNFs and counting, although always different mechanical failures, so we've kept it interesting, kept it, you know, mixed up. And this year we're hopefully prepared and get back.
So, Amy, tell me, whereabouts are you guys from? How far have you travelled to be here?
We still sometimes refer to ourselves as territory locals because we love it up here, but right now we're down in Mount Gambier, SA, so hoping to get to some more races and to travel to the States to race.
Jack, you guys are in the Class 4, so in the trophy trucks, but this looks a little different to some of the other trophy trucks. Just give me a bit of a rundown on the car.
Yeah, so this one we call the Trophy Ute because of course it doesn't have that traditional truck body on it. And we still have a 7-litre LS, so I think it's probably one of the only cars here that has like the correct motor for its body in the upper classes, I guess. But yeah, no, it's a ton of fun.
And do you guys do all the work on your car yourself, like in between events? I mean, how does all that work?
Yeah, we primarily do all the work ourselves. There's a few things we farm out like engine and gearbox, but everything else is done in-house.
Now tell me, whose idea was it to start this off from the beginning? As a married couple, sometimes driving together isn't always the best idea, so whose idea was this?
Well, we weren't actually married in the beginning. And
so
Finke,
well.
yeah, Finke actually was our honeymoon, or he claimed it to be the honeymoon. And since then, we've been back every year chasing that finish.
I love it. This is the best story. And you need to tell me about the little pup on the side of the car.
That would be our puppy dog, Eddie. So he's at home right now. We're missing him a lot, but when he's around, he loves to ride in this as well.
Okay. So there obviously is a few people that have to come together to make all this thing work. I mean, how many people are in your crew and who does all the work?
Everyone pitches in and does exactly what they need to, but we have a bunch of amazing team partners that enable us to do what we do, as well as the friends and family that have come together to help us out along the way.
Awesome, awesome. Is there anyone in particular you guys want to give a shout out to?
We'll shout out Andy, standing there, Custom Lithium, Jags, Bailey Cole. We race with him in the States, and he's a big proponent of this as well.
Awesome, guys. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Good luck. I wish you nothing but success this weekend and enjoy it. Stay safe out there.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's super cool, Josh. And that car is an awesome bit of gear. You know, it is a local built off-road race car, or a trophy ute, as they say. And, you know, it was not so long ago that there was a few of those style of Commodore ute, you know, Thorn built vehicles getting around, but I know that those guys have done an absolute ton of work to that to get it to the place where they've got it now. And again, they mentioned that racing in America. Those guys go over regularly and race at King of the Hammers in February and bits and pieces like that. And, you know, with the Coles actually started that. Bailey's the son of David Cole, and to see that, you know, progression and those guys racing over in America, really, it is a big story this weekend. And you know, more and more with social media and, you know, the connections that we've got, lots of guys are racing between Australia in America. You know, you'll hear this year more than ever, probably will mention, you know, oh, that's an, you know, American vehicle builder, or, you know, that's an Australian that goes over. You know, we were talking in the commentary box before about Michael Dolan, Mr. Diggett. You know, he's been racing over there in America, and now he's got his trophy truck here, and he's brought it over. He's got a new motor. It's an Australian motor and an American truck. You know, there's all this sort of stuff going on to try to get the right combination to get that number one here at Finke, and that's the key, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is. You've got to have all the right factors go the right way for you over the weekend, and that's the biggest thing as well. And as Rihanna was talking to with the mild waters there, it's the desert's way of saying, hey, we want you to come back. So it's hard at times when you do have that much failure at an event like this, but it also gives drivers being able to get out there and race. So we'll go back down to the start-finish line with Kiaiza.
Myself, a couple of first-timers, father and son duo, David and Lucas Eadie. What got you guys into this to start with?
Just a bit of passion, trying to get my son off the devices and out in the bush. So got him into motocross, and sadly 10 years later I'm here at Finke. But yeah, it's just trying to get out and experience the race with my son. It's a bit of a bucket list. If we can do it together, what better way to celebrate some time together?
And you came out 2 years ago and you watched Finke. What was it that caught your attention that made you then want to compete?
Just the camaraderie. Everyone's so helpful. I rode up on my adventure bike, and everyone's just happy to talk to you. And it's just, and then you know, they say the red dust gets in your blood. Well, just watching them go fast down the track, I thought, oh, I'll have a crack at that and see if I can do it with my son, because he was into motocross at that stage. And when I was up here, I heard them all talking about this full noise caper. So I sort of wanted to work out what that is, and it's going fast apparently. So Lucas and I have just started to develop our own race brand of MX gear, and we've got some goggles here, and we're going to branch out to some gloves and jerseys, but maybe Lucas can tell us a bit more about that.
It's really cool, Finke, not just breeding riders and future champions, but also future businesses. Lucas, how did you sort of start developing these products?
Well, so me and Dad, you know, thought of the brand name, and then from there I just found a good supplier and just, you know, thought of colours that everyone would like. So I got blue ones like for Yamahas, and then black. The black's a good seller because like it matches with everything, and yeah, we're just starting up trying to just get our name out there, get our brand out there.
I love this, but the best way to promote a brand is also to get there and back when it comes to the Tatts Finke Desert Race. You've been doing 100 kilometres a day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. How have you sort of been preparing for this?
You know, we've been doing lots of training up rural in Victoria in the sand, and yeah, the pre-running days we did pretty good. Pulled up all right, feeling good for the weekend. Not racing, not the fastest riders, just getting there and back for the experience.
That's the key. It's all about getting there and back. And across, we'll have a look at some of these bikes as well. Tell us about the bikes. What are you racing? Is it a 500, 250?
Yeah, we've got identical bikes. They're RMZ 250 for Lucas. I've got the 450. They're 2018. So they're motocross bikes, but we've got the dampeners on them, and we've put the stegs on, and got the wheel back as far as we can go, and geared it down so we can go, well, safely, but as fast as we can handle them.
That's pretty well prepped for a couple of first timers. How much research went into this?
Yeah, fair bit. You got to do your research and talk to other people and just ask a few questions. And the young fella there, Lucas, has helped me more than I've helped him probably. He knows a hell of a lot about the bikes. But I think the key for young people, I've done a lot with young guys, experiential learning, outdoor adventure camps. So I've used this as a tool to get Lucas and I to learn about maintenance, measurements, weights, a bit of physics, but just take the classroom out into where we like to be, the bush.
That sounds like a lot of time spent in the garage with father and son. How close are you heading into this? How much has that, bonded you guys?
I think, our relationships come so much closer from bikes, because it's just a thing that me and Dad do, it's our activity, and we literally we ride every weekend, so it's literally ride on Sunday, weekdays, I'm at Dad's house cleaning the bike, and then get ready Saturday, Sunday again, so it's a big part of my life, and I just love doing it with my dad.
And the campsite's already down the other end?
Oh yeah, in the Finke end. Yeah, we got our crew member. I know where. Here he is, Steve. Steve, the crew man. Yeah, he's driving the car down for us. So we'll just have our swags at the Finke end, and get a good night's sleep and ride back the next day.
This is Steve. Steve, how prepped is the campsite back there?
Yep, all prepped. So we'll take the swags, we've got the food, so we'll all get out there and then we'll be able to do a cook up, have a snooze and then work our way back. Yeah.
Nutrition, that's one of the key ingredients. What are you having for dinner tomorrow night? Sunday night.
I'm actually a butcher by trade. I was on the Australian team for 4 titles. I can cook pretty well too, so
So I'll be down that end and I should come find your campsite. That is, and you've got my feed sorted. That is so good.
Yeah, organise that, so in the fridge and we'll cook up and
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys. All right, well, I'm going to keep wandering, finding some of these stories because this is just so interesting. And we have so many first-timers out there. I will chat to you guys very shortly.
Josh, I'm pretty confident that Steve was saying that we're having steak for dinner down at the Finke, and that's what I got out of that. Fantastic to see these guys down there, and it's such an interesting perspective. Again, that first time, and down the far end. Again, if you're just joining us, first off, welcome, welcome wherever you are in the world. We're great, and the 48th Finke is underway. We are now at at Scrutineering. You know where I was going with that on Friday night. It's going to be a great big weekend. We've got the Method Prologue tomorrow, all day live on YouTube, and then after that, race day 1 on Sunday, race day home on Monday, and then presentations Monday night, all live and all going across the old World Wide Web, Josh, and it's going everywhere. So it's going to be very interesting to see, again, a big weekend of racing. But to get back to my point, we were talking about if you've never been here, when you go 226, we are remote bush now, but we are only 10 kilometres out of Alice at the start line. But once we start heading south towards, South Australia, we get right down towards the border and get down towards Apatula, down towards the Finke River, and we are very remote. There is no phone. Well, it's starting to get better, but let's say 10 years ago, there was no phone reception, there was no data coverage. You literally went into the great unknown. They used to print out white pieces of paper and hand them out, and you looked at them over at the canteen over here, and to find out where your motorbike rider was and whether they made it or not. It was absolutely amazing. It was on the ABC radio. Yep. We've come a long way in the last 10, 15 years to come to these fantastic live streams, and I tell you what, it makes it so good because my point that I'm now getting to is that research side of it. You can watch the stream, you understand what's going on down there. You're seeing the activities that go on and the prep in the desert down there, because it is literally, it's camping. You're remote camping in the desert, and you have to get your car or buggy or bike going and sorted, and whatever woes you've got from the day before on race day 1, you're patching them up, you're welding them, you're fixing them. It is bedlam down there, is a quiet way to say it.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. And I've heard multiple stories of engine changes and gearbox changes and all those sorts of things overnight. And it's just absolutely insane. And a lot of those top runners will have those spares in the truck ready to go down at Finke just in case something does happen, because you never know. And again, we talk about track conditions this year as well, with it being a little bit harder on vehicles just because of how dense the sand will be this year. So it's very interesting. Are we going to go quicker? Are we going to go slower? There's all these different factors that we're going to come into, and it's very, very interesting. So I can't wait to see what they're going to do. And for some of the smaller teams as well, getting out there, we'll see how they go.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. There's no question about that. And again, you were mentioning about down at the Finke end, the servicing. You know, again, you can't change the motor as such, but like you said, gearbox changes and full rebuilds. You know, we've seen motorbikes get a full overhaul overnight in the team trailers, so it's going to be very interesting. But I tell you what, interesting. Let's run down now to one of our fantastic co-drivers, Taylor, with Rihanna.
Taylor Apostolos, you are 17 years old. You are just a little baby. First time at Finke, first time in the car at Finke. Why are you doing this?
Me and Dad came up last year and we just saw the atmosphere, and you know we got the whiff of it, as you do, and yeah, we were just racing state locally, and yeah, we just thought we had to come here in the previous years, and now here we are.
Okay, so you're in the Can-Am class. Tell me about your background. What has got you to this point? What sort of racing have you been doing?
Not much really, just rode motorbikes growing up, and just, yeah, we bought a Can-Am last year and started racing, and just, yeah, both loved it.
So still at school. Mum just told me you're still at school. You're in year 12. What an amazing thing to do. So brave, so courageous to come here to Finke and get behind the wheel. Just tell me, what do you love about racing?
Oh, just the adrenaline, the people, yeah, just everything about it, you know, being able to work on the cars, all of it. It's just amazing.
And you come from WA, so how was the trip over here?
Good. I had exams, so I flew over. But the family were great to bring the car up, and yeah, good trip back hopefully.
And tell me about the crew. You've obviously got mum and sister here, dad's in the car with you as well. Who else is helping you out this weekend?
We've got people at home who've helped us get the car ready. We've got Nathan, who's helped with our mechanics, and then yeah, just mum and Indy helping out, have been here for Motorsport.
And what about some pre-running? Have you had any chance to have a look at the track?
Yeah, we've done a little bit in the car, but not too much, to be honest. We're kind of just gonna see how we go on it, and yeah, have some fun hopefully.
What are you most looking forward to for the weekend?
Ooh, just racing, you know, getting to start the race, hopefully getting to Finke, and then hopefully getting back. That's the main goal.
Awesome. Well, it's so great to have you here. So great to see women, so great to see young ladies. Mum, she's going to be nervous all weekend, but she's going to be fantastic. Enjoy, stay safe out there.
Thank you.
Yeah, isn't that simply amazing? It's so good to see those side-by-sides back out. I'm one, Josh, I've got to eat my words. About 10 years ago, I thought they were rolling roadblocks, but I tell you what, they have come a long way, and the production side-by-sides, both with Polaris, Can-Am, Honda Talons, there's a number of them now that are extremely competitive. And I tell you what, I had my eyes opened. I was down there, I don't know, let's say 5 years ago, and we were running down past those Bonduma big whoops, and the Anglamoil Can-Am came past us. We were doing the legal speed limit down the service road, and they came past us like we were standing still. That's real race pace. They were not mucking around. So that changed my opinion, and now those, you know, X3s, the new Polaris XP Pros, you know, again, we talk about the Honda Talons and all those sort of things. They are real race cars now, and they're super impressive. So it's great to see.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. And if you get a chance down, if you're here at the venue, Can-Am have one of their new Mavericks down there. I went and had a look at that before we came live on air, and it is an absolutely beautiful looking off-road machine. And for that to be quote-unquote production, I think there's going to be a lot of teams that look at that next year and go, I think we're going to have to get one of them bad boys.
Yeah, they've come a long way from essentially race-ready farm equipment. They are not farm equipment. That's a race car right there. Yeah, it's a beautiful bit of gear, and it's great to see. So very exciting to see how that class, I mean, there's a lot of guys now that have stepped up to pro class now, so that's going to be interesting. And, you know, I think that it's going to be one of those classes that continue. I mean, it's already exponentially exploded, but I think it's going to be one of those things that just non-stop grows and grows and grows.
Yeah, I definitely think it will. But we're going to go back down to the start-finish line, and we've got Kiaiza with the old man, Ben Graven.
Ben Graben, four-time winner of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Ben, this year you've got a whole group going with you as part of this VIP race experience. Can you please tell us about it?
Yeah, we've got a big setup this year. I've got 13 customers on 13 greatly prepared gas motorcycles, and for me it's going back to when I raced professionally for teams. It's you rock up with your gear bag, and we treat you like royalty and set the bike up for you and give you pointers and send you to the other end and feed you and look after you and just give you a great time.
And that's a huge crew to be taking down to Finke and to have that whole setup. How far ahead do people have to plan to do this?
Yeah, it's a big setup. We've had a big couple of weeks preparing for it, but no, it's growing heaps. We've already got, like, I think half filled up seats for next year, and it's all fun, and I like being able to pass on a lot of the experience I've had out here and what I've learnt in the desert, and pass on to people for their first time.
And can you talk us through who some of these competitors are? Because you mentioned to me just before, there's a girl in this, so there's 12 guys, one girl. Who are these people? Where are they coming from?
Yeah, pretty much all over Australia, and Georgie's our first girl. She's from North Queensland, and we've done a pre-run with them on Monday and Wednesday, and it's nice to see them out there. Well, they suffer a little bit, but they also enjoy it, and we've got a fair mix. We've got pretty much first-time desert racers to return customers, and it's a nice mix.
And let's have a look at some of these bikes, because 500s you said is the most popular one, but there's a couple of 450s, 250 in there as well. So talk us through some of these ones here.
Yeah, that's it. To be honest, all these gases here, they're the enduro range, and they're pretty much similar to the bike I'm racing. And the bulk of our bikes are the 500cc, which people prefer, but we've got a couple of 450s and all the way down to a 250F.
And down there, some of the smaller ones. Which one's Georgie going to be getting on?
They all look the same to me at the moment. But
they're all red.
Yeah, no, she's not holding back. She's on one of the 500s, so she'll be on one of these ones and getting amongst it with the boys.
And how long has she been riding? Has she, got that experience behind her to take on Finke?
Yeah, I first met her at the Don River Desert Race, and she carved that one up pretty well. So I expected, get out there and get into it.
And for you, it's your 14th time doing Finke. How excited are you heading into this one? But what keeps making you come back?
It's a very unique track out there. It's not for everyone, but I love it. I've been, like you say, coming out here since the 30th anniversary one, and I enjoy the challenge. It keeps me fit, and it's crazy fast, but it's just one of those tracks when you are winning, you can always do things better. So 14 years on, and I still think I can improve on things out there, and hopefully give some of these front runners a hurry up.
And can I just ask your opinion? We were talking to Walshy just before. He's going for his 5th time back-to-back. Do you think he can do it again?
Oh, well, she can do it for sure. There's plenty of us that will hopefully stop him, but he's got it. It's hard to argue against him at the moment. Like, no one's really challenged him the last few years, so he's healthy as far as we know, and he's the man to beat.
Who else do you think we should be keeping an eye on out there?
On paper, there's probably 10 or 11 guys that have plenty of speed, but it's a long race, so we'll find out after the first day who's been doing the training. After all the rain, I expect it to be quite a physical and demanding track, so at the moment it's anyone's guess, but we'll wait and see.
It's all about keeping fit, maintaining yourself, and not being too sore at the other end to make it back the next day. Is that right?
Yeah, if we haven't sat on the couch too much, it shouldn't be too hard work. Like, if you train hard, you can go hard the whole way down there and pretty much wake up and do it again the second day.
Perfect. Well, we'll be keeping an eye on you out there. We're going to keep wandering, keep finding some people. If you see Georgie, I'd love to say hi to her and have a chat to her as well. But back to you guys. We'll keep bringing you more stories from down here in the bike section.
Yeah, very interesting perspective there from the multi-time king of the desert, Ben Grabham. And again, he's been talking about those, those rides, those Grabbo Trail and Track. And I tell you what a great thing that is. They run it at Hattah, at the Don River Dash. If you've ever wanted to get across to the Don River, make sure you head that way as well. And what an opportunity. I've talked to a number of guys that have ridden it. Again, one of the guys that was early on the bandwagon was a guy called Seaton Battle. He's a top 20 style Finke guy. And, he turned around and said, oh, man, I'd never do it any other way now. The way that Grabbo operates, it's a professional organisation. You've got the right gear, the right equipment, the right help. And again, who better than Ben Grabham? I mean, let's call a spade a spade. He taught Toby Price everything he knows about desert racing. And, what a mentor Ben Grabham is. So, just absolutely brilliant to have access to that skill. And don't kid yourself, desert racing is expensive. If you buy or, set up your existing bike with, stag pegs and Scott steering dampener and, the suspension that's really required out here, plus the knowledge, honestly, the way that Grabbo runs that product, you won't go to Finke on a piece of equipment like he has any cheaper. That is the way to do it. Fly in with a bag, rock star it all weekend, fly home. I'm loving it.
Yeah, no, it would be absolutely amazing to get on one of those rides. I would definitely imagine, and just seeing the socials that comes out of it as well. It's awesome to see. They really are over the top of everything. And with Grabo saying there as well, with the rain, it's looking like it's going to be a bit more physical for the bike riders this year. So it's all about how many Ks you've had on the track and whether you've done the off the bike training as well. I think that's another thing that people tend to forget about. Is it's awesome to be able to have a heap of time on the bike, but sometimes you do need to get into the gym and pump weights and build up the arm muscle and stuff like that, because if something isn't set up right on the bike and you're shaking all the way through, it's going to be a real rough ride down to Finke.
Well, it's interesting too, Josh, because you talk about the physical aspect of it. It wasn't so long ago, let's say 15, 20 years ago, that, it was light guys, the motorbike. But now that we've got motorbikes, a lot of again, they're not big guys, but you look at David Walsh, he's not a little man. He is a thick, strong-looking boy. Yeah. That's but like the moral of the story is that he can hang on to those 500s, and that's something that has changed over the years. From that light motocross style, little 5'5", hang on and just hold it on the bop, versus going down that path of now. We've got those big, strong Toby Prices, David Walsh, those guys. So it's interesting. So.
Yep, no, definitely is. We're going to go back down to the start line with another one of our competitors.
Yeah, thanks so much, Josh. We've got the Harris family all the way from Victoria, Dad Anthony and sons Blair and Will. Anthony, this is your fourth time, you said, back to Finke?
Fourth time that we've been to Finke, yeah, second time racing. So we've had a few entries in before, but COVID obviously slowed us down. But yeah, the rest of it, yeah, we'll just come out here and race.
Give us a bit of background. What got you into racing? What got you here to Finke?
Mainly family oriented with off-road. It's really good that everyone can be involved. The boys can both hop in the car. My wife and crew can all help throughout the season. It's good, and you get to travel as well. That's fantastic.
Blair, you're in the car with your dad this weekend. Is this first time for you?
This second year now. Did it last year with him, and hopefully we can do somewhat all right this year. We've prepped the car pretty good, so hopefully it goes as good as we can.
What do you love so much about Finke and coming back year on year?
Oh, just the atmosphere, honestly. Just cool to see so many spectators at a race, and a few big guys here. We got Craig Lowndes here this year. We got all of our Kingroven boys here. It's just a good time, honestly.
It is such a good time. Will, you're on the spanners this weekend, not in the car. Sort of who makes that call? Is that Dad?
Yeah, definitely your dad call on spinning the spanners this weekend, but oh well, is what it is. I'll let the brother hop in. So.
And what's your dad like as a driver?
Oh, he has a crack. he has a crack. Drives to his abilities. Doesn't go out of his way to try and show off or anything. But he just mainly wants to get the car down there and back. So.
And that's what the aim of the game is. Anthony, just tell us a bit about your crew. Who's here in terms of family? Who's helped you out to make sure that you guys can have a successful weekend?
We've had a lot of help this year, so especially my wife, Michelle, Amy, they've both come up this way as well to help us, and they'll be going down the track to follow us into Finke, hopefully on Saturday and Sunday and Monday. And a few sponsors, especially Gulf Western Oils, Montgomery Constructions, Harris Earth Moving Repairs, which is family business. But yeah, other than that, it's just a very family-oriented business. And old mate wanted a piece of pizza, wanted to get in on the interview. But yeah, that's Finke, I suppose.
This is what it's all about, though. You've got the whole family just enjoying some bonding time together in the middle of Australia, the most remote place you can possibly be, to have a car race.
That's exactly right. Exactly right. Perfect. I love it. I think we'll be back for a lot of years to come. So yeah.
Awesome. Love to hear it. Stay safe. Enjoy the weekend. Enjoy the run. Look forward to seeing you on Monday.
Thank you. See you later.
Back for many years, Josh, is the key there, because I tell you what, you get that Finke bug and it gets you good. Talking about some guys that have got some Finke bugs, looking at this list, we've got Brett Comiskey racing this year as well. He's back with the CMS crew, started in a side-by-side and has continually stepped up. Now has the all-wheel drive Brenthal and purchased Toby Price's truck, so now has the two-wheel drive Tisco as well. And I believe, I tell you what a motley crew, let's say, maybe Motley as well, let's be honest, is Billy Geddes and Brett Comiskey and Dan McKenzie. They're doing like a dozy-do roundabout trophy truck drive where Billy's driving the two-wheel drive down, and then Brett's driving the four-wheel drive down, then Brett's driving the two-wheel drive home, and Dan McKenzie's driving the four-wheel drive home. Did you get all of that? But in the Comiskey Mining Services there, and no doubt that plan probably changes because, I mean, if one of the trucks is in a fantastic position, I don't think you'd muck with it. So, you know, like it's going to be interesting to see how those Central Queensland madmen, Dan McKenzie, we've just sucked you into that Central Queensland thing, but the Slippery Muldoon's going to be wheeling the TSCO truck, and that's going to be very interesting.
Well, it definitely is going to be, and I heard the wild man Billy Geddes, he was going to jump out on for prologue, so that'll be very interesting. And I'm seeing some of the videos from him and his crew over the week. They just embody Fink fever. It's absolutely amazing. They had the Rodinga Rattler out there, which was awesome to see. So they've done some pre-running and got some notes as well. And it's going to be really interesting to see how that Tisco truck does perform. It has done a couple of years with Toby and his crew. So will it make it there and back? That is the question. So you never know. What Fink has decided for you, you don't know until you race it.
Well, talking about that, like, you know, about a guy that has raced it, you know, Brett Taylor and Peter Treese are back as well. I'm pretty sure they've got like 400 combined Finks between them or some crazy number like that. Like, it is literally insane. I'm very sure that I heard 40 starts or something silly like that. So it's absolutely amazing to think that they've been doing it for that long and, you know, lining up in that Jimco trophy truck again. You know, we talked about Bo in the OBR, the 413 Mason truck that has that, you know, again, it's a two-wheel drive Mason truck, then slip that in. We've got Smoothie in that Mason. It turned up, it was air freighted last year to get here. Well, they've now had a full season on that truck and, you know, got none other than the king of the desert, David Walsh, in the passenger seat with him in that Smoothie truck. You know, so there's a lot of experience in the truck class as well. Again, I'm lumping the extreme four-wheel drives in there, you know, because there's, and actually talking about extreme four-wheel drives, again, Andrew Brown has the 842 is going to be one to watch out. That Illumi, it's a pro buggy, and if you're confused about why it's in Class 8, that is because it's all-wheel drive. It's the first four-wheel drive or all-wheel drive pro buggy in Australia, so that's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out, as well as all the other cars. You know, again, we talked about, there's just so many of them. Travis Robinson is the current Australian champion. Like, you know, what a position to be in for OBR, you know, after a bit of a tough year last year with passing of Brian and everything else that went on. You know, like to come away with a number one on the roof at the end of the year, I tell you what, Brian would be so proud. And, you know, OBR just putting themselves in a position that is absolutely amazing. So, you know, that's a talking point. Ryan Taylor, you know, the year before, he was the Australian champion. And, you know, he's back with a vengeance at Tatum. He actually had a role last year, but was very competitive overall, considering that they lost that time, you know, and now they've put in work. They've got, you know, that combination fresh, and they're looking for a great run here. And they got Adam Maguire back in the passenger seat. That's Clayton Chapman's old navigator, or current navigator, if you want to talk about it like that. But, you know, like, again, the experience here, you know, Shannon Ranch, you know, we talk about these things. Actually, while we're just shouting out people, the other one that we should mention is Mick Maher over there, the Tisco truck. Unfortunately, he's not racing because he's over in California at the moment. I believe he's on his way back now. But what's going on there is that, you know, like he had a run at Baja, was doing really well in qualifying and had that big accident there. And unfortunately, you know, spent a bit of time. So we haven't got him back, as sad as that is. So, Mick, if you're listening along, big shout out to you, mate. And I hope you're feeling better and you know, starting to heal up well. And, you know, that's one of those things. But that was just to throw through some of our trophy truck competitors and how deep that field is. And again, we haven't mentioned Sport Lights. We haven't mentioned Pro Lights. We haven't mentioned, like, when you go through this list, the top 10 is going to be a filthy bunch of animals, I'm telling you.
Yeah, it definitely will be. And, like, the Pro Lights are something that we forget to talk about as well, because they get up into the top 3, top 5.
Every time.
It's happened. And a lot of people go, oh, well, it's a Pro Light. Well, no, mate. It is on song. And if you are consistent and you can drive the car to its capabilities, you'll get to Fink and back, and that's the biggest thing. And I think that's also another talking point with the bikes as well. Being consistent on the bike, not trying to go hell for leather and try and be the next David Walsh, if you know what I mean. Because sometimes riding at 100%, it doesn't always work out.
Josh, I've got to be honest, I don't know what you mean, because I'd love to be the next David Walsh.
I definitely would be as well.
He is the man. So that's very cool. But I know what you're getting at. Again, there is a very fine line between our wreckers and checkers.
Yes.
And obviously that line, it's getting ever sharper. It is a point now, and, you know, it's going to be difficult to, you know, keep that pace the way that you're in a competitive race-winning time, but you're not over the edge.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, we're going to throw to some of our sponsors, and we'll be back with you very shortly.
The Finke Desert Race Committee and club members congratulate and thank all our sponsors for getting on board Australia's ultimate off-road race. Not only is it the premier off-road event in the country, it's pulled together by a voluntary committee with enormous community support. It is the generosity of sponsors that keeps costs down and assists us to promote it far and wide.
The Finke Desert Race Committee acknowledges our amazing sponsor, The Lot by Tatts. Tatts have invested well over $1 million in sponsorship since 2000, and together we have forged a strong sporting partnership. Their generosity has allowed Finke to grow to what you see today.
The one thing that the Tatts Finke Desert Race has maintained since it started in 1976 is that it allows anyone to enter. Whether you are the best in the country or just in it for the fun, all competitors strive to achieve a finish. It is with the help of our platinum sponsors that anyone can have a go. We acknowledge the following: Northern Territory Government, TAB, Lassiter's Hotel Casino, Alice Springs Town Council, Imparja Television, Lion, Method Race Wheels.
The Finke Desert Race Committee would like to show great appreciation for our gold sponsors who provide key services and expertise to support the running of the event. Exact Contracting, Ram Hire, Chubb Fire and Safety, Adbrine, Morton Brothers Contracting.
With a race of epic proportions, it is the smaller sponsor that gets targeted by competitors hoping to ease their entry burden. A proportion of these also support the event, and we are grateful for their contribution. The club now asks that you support those who support the event. Think of that the next time you are ready to make a purchase. We'd like to thank the following sponsors and supporters: Alice Equipment Hire, Alice Plaza Shopping Centre, Desert Technologies Proprietary Limited, Asprint, National Australia Bank, Thrifty Car Rental, Sportsnet Holidays, Centre Pest Management, Red Centre Technology Partners, APJ Concrete, Northern Territory Correctional Services, Hastings Deering CAT.
The Finke Desert Race Ambassadors are unlike many other promotional modelling positions around the country, selecting real women who have both a passion and interest in motorsport, but also have an interest in volunteering their time to a community event. They become part of the Finke family and are widely recognised. We thank each girl for their contributions as volunteers.
Concrete is one of the world's most relied upon materials. It is all around us. It builds our homes, our infrastructure, and industrial developments. It builds our communities and where we grow. Adbri's Futurecrete possesses the benefits of concrete while using recycled materials to lower embodied carbon compared to conventional concrete, with no cement substitution.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're all enjoying this scrutineering night here at the start-finish line in Alice Springs. I found myself a bit of a legend. Ryan Taylor, you were off-road champion not last year, the year before. You didn't make it back last year at Finke. What's the plan this year?
To make it back this year, yeah, definitely.
It's a good start.
Yeah, it'll be a great start. So the plan this year is just to get down there as quick as we can, find out where we are and reassess, and again get back as quick as we can and go for the podium and hey, maybe the top spot.
Well, it's open now because we don't have Toby Price in the cars category this year. Do you reckon you can take that title away from him?
Oh yeah, easy. Yeah, it's a tough ask for anyone to do, and yeah, so there's a lot of fast guys out there this year, and look, you know, you got to be in it to win it, and we're certainly going to give it our best shot.
Well, you're definitely going to have those Robinson brothers hot on your heels or in front of you if you're not lucky enough to get in front. But tomorrow prologue is really important. How are you preparing to go into tomorrow?
Yeah, look, prologue is always important, but you know, the track conditions this year, there's been a lot of rain out there, so previous years dust has been very bad. So I think a few cars in front mightn't be a bad idea to clear the track. So you know, look, a top qualifying spot would be nice, but I don't think it's going to win the event.
And in terms of the car, I mean, what changes have been made?
We took the 1 off and put the 24 on, unfortunately. But look, the car, as far as the setup, it's pretty much as we turned up last year. New navigator, so Kai was in last year because he won the championship with me alongside, and this year I've got Adam back in who's done more Finks with me. So you know, it'll be it's nice to have him back.
And you're going to miss him. I mean, he was meant to have his own car here with the Method team as well.
Yeah, of course we miss Kai. You know, it would have been great to see him here as well, but he's put a lot of work into his car, but unfortunately just couldn't get it here this weekend. And yeah, so we'll miss him, but you know, we'll go racing.
And can I just ask, because I did have a little run as a Navi last year with you, is there a reason why you didn't give me a phone call to get back in there this year?
I did.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, you didn't pick up, so I didn't.
Oh, sorry. I've got your number blocked, probably.
Probably.
No, but in terms of the car and how it's running, you're more confident. I mean, last year you rolled, so are you a little bit more confident that you're not going to do that this year?
Yeah, no, look, when I said we didn't make many changes, we did a bit more testing just with the car, but look, we're not sure if it was a driver error or just, you know, one of those things you just get caught out sometimes. So, look, it's pretty much the same, but yeah, car's really good.
Perfect. Well, good luck. Good luck tomorrow. I hope you do get a good qualifying spot. And for as much as I make fun of you, I do hope you do really well this weekend. So I'm sure we'll catch up. I'll be back down at the Finke end as well over the weekend. Back to you guys. And we go about an hour away from official proceedings, including Welcome to Country. So you guys can take it away and I'll keep wandering down here for the next hour.
Thank you very, very much. And look, we've got a new face in the comm box. Jeremy here from the Dirt Bike Burrito podcast. It's great to have him back up here in the box. Jeremy, how have you been, man?
It's been great. It's been a great warm-up to Finke as well. It's been really cool to be here for so long and see the bikes kind of grow for this year's race. It's been a bit wet and a lot of people have been making a lot of changes last minute, so it's been really interesting, this Finke.
Yeah, no, and I've seen that you've been down the track a bit. So how's it looking, man? Like, it's different with rain here in Alice, especially around Finke time. So it'll be interesting.
Look, it has changed. The track has changed a lot from last year. It's definitely got a lot rougher. I think it's going to suit the guys who have been here a lot longer, who know the track conditions and where it's going to wear, especially after you guys in the buggies and trucks come through and make a mess of it. So it also, the dirt, if it still holds the moisture like it has, it's going to be a bit more of a slower race. The bikes are working a lot harder in that wetter sand.
Yeah, no, and it's definitely interesting because some of the talks you've had with people and the step-ups on the podcast, it's very interesting to see, like with some of the girls, like you see Taylor jumping onto the 450 and then Danny onto the 500. That's a really good storyline for those women getting out there in the class.
Absolutely. I mean, Danny Foote is stepping onto a 501, which is a big step, and same as Taylor Maurice coming onto a 450. She's been under the guidance of Brodie Waters on the 450 Honda, so not only is it great to see Honda back out here racing at Finke, which has been a long hiatus, but to have Taylor step up on it is absolutely awesome.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. And Prologue, do you think Prologue is going to be a big factor for the bike category this year?
It always is.
Yeah.
Usually it's for the dust, so I'm not too sure how that's going to work this year with the dust. It's be interesting to see kind of on the Saturday, Sunday how it forms up after the cars go through, as we said. But hopefully they kind of settle themselves in. I can see that the Prologue track has changed as well from last year, so I think a lot of the top 20, 30, 40 riders have been out there putting a lot more time to learn the track. For the rest of the pack, I think they just want to get a good day in, really, and so it doesn't really matter as long as they turn up. That's the main thing.
Yeah, no, definitely. And that's the thing, like we tend to forget about all those riders as well that do come here for that Finke there and back, like, and getting that survivor spike. Like it's not an easy race to get down and back, and especially when you don't have the factory support, when you don't have the full team behind you, and you're a part of a club or something like that. The logistics behind it becomes a lot bigger if you're not in one of those big teams.
Absolutely. I like to think of it as Finke is there's about 20% of the top riders who we see on Instagram, and we see how amazing the race could look, but there's the 80% of the riders that kind of make up the race. And it's so great that they do club fuel and things like that to help the riders get through it. But even then, once you get there, it can be a scary process. You've just smashed your body and bike for 4 hours, and now you're sitting in the middle of nowhere hoping that your stuff's there. So, you really got to take your hats off to the back side of the pack, because they really do it tough.
Yeah, no, they definitely do. And coming through on those days as well, especially for those bike riders, it is a slog, because sometimes you are just that coughed up in the dirt, and you're trying to get a new line, or you're trying to change it up, and you just can't. It's so hard.
Yeah, you're right, and especially the last couple of years, it's been so dusty, so you are eating dust for potentially 4 hours, 5 hours if it's really unlucky. This year, it's going to be a lot harder if the dirt stays the way it is, and it'll be a lot harder on the bikes and a lot harder on the people, because that dirt is, as I said before, is really heavy. Some of the dunes, you come on the backside of them, and there are big holes now that were never there, and so that's going to, if you don't have enough speed to go through them, it's going to wipe you out. So, the front half of the pack kind of have it easier. We may look at them and go, they're absolute machines, but the guys and girls at the back of the pack who are pushing through, that's a much longer ride. They feel every whoop, every bump, everything.
Yeah, no, and they definitely do. And I was talking to one of the bike setup guys earlier today, and just how everything's so different for each individual rider, and you can put someone on one bike with someone's settings, and it doesn't work. But it's insane, because when you get into how much changes in the forks and how much changes in dampeners and stuff like that, it's just absolutely insane.
I think the biggest change at the moment on the bikes, the bikes that we've got now, the 24 models, the KTM Huskies, Gassers, they are a different chassis. So a lot of people have to realise that the stuff that was used last year doesn't fit. So even just things like steg pegs, which the riders rest their legs on, they've gone through so many changes now, and a lot of guys and girls are running kind of different ones to what they were before, which has also meant even things like leg positions where they sit. So some people are a lot more attack of a riders. They kind of put their body a bit more over the bars, and then you've got riders that like to lean back. I mean, a great example of this is between, say, Lukey Hayes, who's an amazing rider. He's a very aggressive rider, and then you've got like Bradley Greenfield, who he's a bit more smoother. Very different in the way they both ride, but also very different in the way they set their bikes up. So if you are out there having a look at bikes, go and actually have a look at, say, steg pegs, foot pegs, handlebars, things like that, and you'll start to notice different ways that people ride and what makes it comfortable for them.
Yeah, no, definitely, and that was the very interesting thing for me as well. Is I'm not a bike rider. I've ridden the biggest thing I've ridden is 85, and I come off that. So
no, they're too powerful for me, mate. Don't worry about that.
Hit the power band and you're gone. So so that's the thing. Like for your lighter riders out there, like you've really got to have that setup bike right. Otherwise, you can get thrown off and stuff like that. So I think again, like with the training side of things, I think that was pretty important this year to get into it, especially with it being as physical as it will be. So
I think this year as well, we've seen maybe the top 2 or 3 riders who are going to come out here and really push it have spent pretty much the entirety of the year out here. We've got David Walsh and Callum Norton, and Callum's come leaps and bounds. He's looking absolutely amazing, and he's definitely probably the top 2, and I really hope those two have a great battle this weekend. But saying that, the race has kind of clumped together a bit more, over the years. Kind of Walsh is amazing and Minna had that knowledge, but I think other guys have come here and really started to learn. We've got like Brodie Waters, as I said before, spending so much time out here with Grabo, and I think it's just going to be a great race, and if everything lines up, it should be quite tight.
No, and like as you were saying earlier with Greenfield and Luke Hayes, they're a new team out this year, and it's awesome to see 2 Alice locals come together to give the best opportunity for them both to get out there and do what they want to do and really attack that top 10, top 5 positions. And like that's the thing. Lukey's been up there before. Greenfield's been up there before. And like we're saying Bradley Greenfield, not Stephen Greenfield, the son of Stephen Greenfield. But that's the thing. Like with those boys set up on that GDR suspension, it's some of the best suspension in the country.
Look, CBS have come on board for them and really helped them all the way through this year and supported them. And you're right, Bradley is Greenie's son that we all know, but it's really cool to see kind of Bradley cut his own path, create his own style of riding. And yeah, you're right, GDR suspension is renowned out here in the desert, but it's actually really interesting to see this year so many other suspension professionals come out and do it. And I think it's kind of helping broaden kind of suspension altogether. And because these bikes are new, there's been a lot to learn.
Yeah, no, definitely. And that's something that I think's changed on the KTM this year as well, is that they have changed that setup, and it'll be interesting to see how they go. And that's the thing, as you said, with the new chassis, maybe they think that's what's going to work. So it's all, I guess, in this first year it's about getting the R&D on the bike and seeing what will actually work, and then from years going on, they will get better.
Absolutely. And if there's eagle-eyed people out there who do go have a look at the bikes, it's more interesting to see who's using 2019 parts to retrofit onto a 2023 to 24. Some riders are still using last year's bike onto this year, because these riders at this level can tell if the engine mounts are too stiff. They can tell the head stems and if the rake isn't right. So it really does kind of impact the rider on the first year a model comes out. And so for a lot of these riders out there, this bike has had to go through so much R&D just for them to feel confident to go down Fink.
Yeah, no, definitely. And that's another thing as well, is like out of the top 50 and stuff like that, again, we go talking back to those not everyday riders, I don't like saying that.
Weekend warriors.
Yeah, weekend warriors. There you go. Like going back to them, they're on old machinery as well, and like that's the thing. Whatever suits their riding style and what they feel comfortable on, they're going to jump on it and give it the best shot down there.
Absolutely. There's people out there on old bikes and all the way through to new two-strokes, and I think it's really cool to see such a wide variety of bikes, which we will see tomorrow and be able to talk about more then.
Yeah, no, and I can't wait, because I think there's a little bit of a change up in the prologue with the bikes this year, so we'll wait till tomorrow to explain all that to you and get you down around that. But we're going to go back down to the start line. Rihanna's got one of our car competitors.
Down here, and I found myself a father and dad duo. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw you guys under the bus there. I found myself Aaron and Chelsea both racing this. Was it you did it last time in 2016? You came 4th outright. You didn't have your daughter with you.
Correct.
Why didn't you come back in 2017? First of all,
actually, I'm not sure. I think we have other commitments next year, but yes, it's been a little while since we've been here, and last time was with my friend, and so we're back here this time.
And bringing your daughter along, how'd you get her roped into getting in the car with you?
Look, she's been pretty keen for a little while, so my wife used to navigate as well, and it's sort of time to put Chelsea in and show what we're doing.
And Chelsea, you said you've been getting in the car with Dad since you were 12.
Yep, that's right. Did a few local races when I was 12 and been getting back in ever since.
And so 8 years prep leading up to Fink, what have you been doing in the lead up to this weekend?
I've been helping Dad get the race car ready, watching a bit of YouTube, getting the lay of the land, figuring out the track. learning as much as I can. It's been really good to help Dad out, get everything organised.
And you haven't actually been down the Finke track before. Have you got the maps out? Have you got a bit of an idea of what to watch out for, or what's your secret?
Yeah, we did a bit of pre-running this morning in the Land Cruiser, and we're looking out for all the puddles, learning a few navigation systems, marking everything out. It's been a big learning curve. So,
and that's going to be the big one probably for you because you're driving this weekend, is the water on the track. What are you expecting?
Look, it's drying up pretty quickly, so I expect to be, we're just going to go through it flat out and see what happens.
Hope for the best?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. So
just stay on the track, don't slip too far, and definitely don't go upside down, is that right?
That's correct, yeah. We want to keep it shiny side up, so yeah.
And when you have your daughter in the car with you, are you a little bit more cautious on how you go, or are you going to be going to get an outright place?
That's a good question. I'm not quite sure yet. That'll be Sunday morning. We'll see what we think on the day.
Find out what's going to be your message to Dad.
Go faster. Get to the other end as quick as we can.
Well, we want to have, these unofficial titles, but we want to have a queen up there. Perfect. Well, let's go find Rihanna. She's got some more stories for us, and I'll continue to wander up Scrutineering for you.
Thanks, Kazai. Well, it's not just about the riders and the drivers that are taking part in the Finke Desert Race. It's also about the spectators who have come from all over the country to enjoy this fantastic race and soak up the Finke fever. Scott, you're from Tassie.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, you've ridden your bike all the way from Tasmania to here in Alice Springs. Just tell me what put that idea in your head and how was the ride?
The ride's been really good. It's been fairly interesting with the floodwaters, especially coming through Central Australia. We've come across that many guys on bikes coming through the Unadata track that they've really trashed them. You know, they've done fork seals and counter shaft sprocket seals and some other problems with their bikes. But I think they're getting them solved and getting them fixed through Alice. And then for us, we dodged that bullet. We were quite fortunate. We came through Arkaroola, and the intention was to get to Maree and then go up the Unadata track. When we got to there, it was closed. So we went, oh, where do we go? So we spoke to a local and he said, you got one option, son. He goes, you boys are going to have to go all the way down and go up the black top. And we were like, well, that's what we did. So down to Port Augusta and then up from there. So it was, it's been a great trip. We're halfway through it kind of thing. We leave here. The intention was to go across to Mount Dare, then across the Simpson Desert. But I think time restraint's going to hold us back just a little bit. So I think we'll probably take a bit of a shortcut home. If we can get back onto the Unadata track, we'll go that way from Mount Dare and then head down through the Flinders. And we love through the Flinders. It's an awesome place down there. So good people to deal with down there, and they always look after you for accommodation. So, and then back on the boat on the 16th. So. Yeah, let's see how we go for time.
What a trip just to be here for the Finke Desert Race. Now, you're a school teacher by trade. Your first time here in Finke. Give us your thoughts.
Pretty good. I like the atmosphere is really good, and also you can't go past the temperature. Like down in Tassie at the moment, it's probably about -2, and we've got a steady, 10, 12, 14 degrees or something like that. So it's really good. It's awesome. It's an awesome event. I think the NT government do a good job to keep it going. I know they've had a few adversities with tragic accidents and stuff like that, but it's a testament to the NT government to keep it rolling and the people who support it. So good job.
Now the biggest question is, obviously you're a keen motorcycle rider. What about a desert racer? Would you think about doing the Finke race yourself?
Maybe 15 years ago. There are some pretty good guys that come back and make a good go of it. Grabo does an awesome job on the gas. I've followed him ever since his KTM days, him and Toby and a few others. So yeah, it's good to see him here, and it's great what he's doing for the people to support them and help them get on the track as well. So I like that a lot.
Who are you hoping to get King of the Desert this weekend?
I think it'd be hard to go past Walshy. Being a KTM man as well, I think Walshy would have it in the bag, but you never know. And on the buggy side, unsure. I don't really know. With Toby not being here on the buggy side, she's probably open field. So yeah, I think it should be good. Good competition all round.
It will be good. What a ride you've had. Safe travels home. Thanks for sharing your story, and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Rihanna and Kiaiza. Awesome stories coming out from these awesome spectators and racers as well. Like we're getting so many different little insights on everything as well. So Jeremy, with the bikes this year, man, you are the bloke to talk to, mate. There's so many different little stories, and what's one story that you're looking at this weekend?
Look, I think for me, it's going to be the gas. Ben Grabham, as we just mentioned, Corey McMahon coming out on the first ever 500cc for the manufacturer, which is very exciting, very interesting. It's been, obviously, Corey McMahon's had a long history up here, coming fourth last year on a 450. So for him to step up on a 500 and a gas 500, it's very exciting to see. I mean, this year we've got KTM, Husqvarna, we've got some Hondas, Shercos, a gas. Like it's such an open field nowadays. I think it's great for Finke, but it's also really interesting to see how these manufacturers push that bike all the way down the end.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think like we go back to around about 2012, 2013 when KTM really decided we want to put desert racing on our agenda, and they did that, and they had a dominant series of years there where they made things work. Is it where we're at that period where all these manufacturers are putting in new bikes and they're trying to get out there? Is someone trying to dominate Finke again?
That's a good question. I'm not too sure how that one would work. I think KTM are always going to be kings of the desert out here. They put the most time in. They've got a great amount of history out there. We could be at the start of a shift. I mean, Husqvarna have come very close as well. I mean, you've had like Jacob Smith, who's brought a Husky up to the top as well, and there's been a lot of people that. Corey McMahon, fourth on a 450. That's close as you're going to get for that bike, I believe. This year for the 500s, it's kind of going to be that terrain, but saying that, Brodie Waters, as we said before, on a 450 Honda, that bike is suited for a motocross. It gets that top speed nice and quick, so if the dirt is heavy, he'll be able to get back up on stop. The 500 just has that stroke to make it go the longer distance, get that pull outside of that quick pickup range. So for me, the big one at the moment is the gas 500. I'm really interested to see how that's going to work out.
Yeah, and talking about track, with certain parts of the track and with it being different this year again, we're going to continue to talk about it, but what do you think is going to be the hardest point in the track for competitors this year?
200 and something Ks. I think the hardest part of the track for competitors probably is always going to be the first 60 in my head, because that's where the riders at the back half will pump up. They'll get arm pumped to get excited. If they can keep their head and get past that first 60, then you kind of roll into the big whoops from the 80 through to the 120, 140, and then really past maybe 160. That's the mental toughness. That's when the riders really dig deep and push through. For maybe the pros, the top 20%, to be honest, I think they all have their own demons and their own kind of weak points on the track. It can be the whoops. It can be some of those big dunes out there. There are still sketchy sections as well because of the rain. It's done a lot of exposed rock at the first fuel stop. We went out that way the other day, and I couldn't believe all the rock litter that was everywhere. You know, I'm talking anything from a grape to the size of a football just laying in the track now. So it's definitely going to be kind of anyone's game, and that's where I think these riders have such a wide background, whether they be motocrossers or flat trackers or even just enduro riders. Their skills really come into play, and I think for the track, for their most difficult part, is really up to the rider themselves.
Yeah, okay, and that's interesting to see. And I think this year, as you said, mentally, it's going to be hard. You've got to be able to stay on that mindset that you've done, that plan that you've put out for yourself. But that's the thing as well, like, plans sometimes don't always go to plan. So I
think if you race and the first banging of the bars or the first big hole you hit, all your plans go out the window and it's survive. The other big issue on these races is there's not really many times people take their hands off the bars to drink. So a lot of times people will go for the whole day and forget to hydrate or forget to take an energy gel, and that can happen quite a bit out here. So it really is kind of one of those races where you have to try and stay as mentally focused as you can to be able to get through the entire day.
Yeah, no, definitely. And with what I've seen with younger riders getting out, especially from the local scene here in Alice, getting out there and just learning how to take on this track, because every it's every young kid's dream out here who rides motocross or anything like that, who throws a leg over a bike. They always want to come out here and get on this track and prove to their mates, prove to all those people that told them, nah, mate, you're not going to do that. They want to prove to them that they can get there and back. With all these young kids coming through, do you think it's, with how rough it is this year, do you think it's going to be hard for them to get through there, or is it just, again, that mental game?
Look, it's going to be difficult for everyone.
Yeah.
I think from the juniors that come through and finally step up to be able to have a go, I think they may find it a little easier if they've got a motocross background. Yep. But it's quite funny because you're right. The young kids come up and they want to do it, but it's also kind of the back end of the pack who are just kind of your middle-aged guys who've always wanted on their bucket list. They get 2 races in, which you have to do to be able to qualify for Finke, and then they come and have a shot. And they may not be the fittest. They may not be the most ready to go. And to me, that they are the real reason Finke runs. And I take my hat off to them because they struggle. And the track is rough. The track is very rough. And like it's crazy because a lot of people do the first 40K in pre-running. That's all they do. So that part of the track just gets rougher and rougher and rougher. And maybe even the first 80Ks. I mean, I've seen whoops now out there that were never there before just because that part of the track gets used so much. So the speed is really there. And, you know, there's a water hole now at the 20K bonnet. Perfectly positioned 20-kilometre bonnet. When you come through the section, there's a bit of a right-hand sweep and turns to the left. There is a hole full of water. So that's kind of mirrored all the way down the track. So it's kind of anyone's game.
Yeah, and until they get down there and actually see what the cars have done to it, and like whoever gets down, that first 60 Ks, it's going to be really, really interesting. And to see whether it's going to be a big hamperance to some of those riders that haven't been out at Finke before, and as you said, only have run that first 60 or 40K. Whether when they get down to the big whoops and stuff, that there'll be some lines that they think they want to take that they can't.
Yeah, and you're right because the track is also as wide as I've ever seen it. It's been blown out really wide. Obviously, the cars and things like that don't really hold many lines. They just go where they want. Not only that, the square edges, which we talk about so much because that's what catch the riders out, are really formed up. And especially the last couple of days when they're riding, I couldn't believe, you know, some of the ruts through the whoops are ankle to shin deep. So you coming in and maybe coming in too hot or not knowing where the corners are, you're going to blow a corner and kind of cross rut. And so that does happen quite a lot out here.
Yeah, and talking about that as well, I think it's the first we've spoken about it this year, but the safety side of things as well for all our spectators going out camping. I know a lot of you guys will be out here at the precinct right now, and if you're going camping, please do listen in to what we're about to say. 30 metres at all times, ladies and gentlemen. If there's no bunting, if there's no signage or anything like that, always, please, 30 metres away. If you're taking any structures or vehicles or anything like that, which you will be, please have them 30 metres minimum back from the track as well, because this race can be stopped at any point in time due to safety things. So just a reminder to everyone, we harped on it about it last year, and you guys were absolutely amazing with it. You did an awesome job. I think we heard one instance of something happening, and it was pretty much controlled straight away. So a big shout out to all our spectators as well. We really do thank you for coming to this great event, but please listen to all our officials and our spectator marshals this weekend, because without them and without listening to those safety guidelines, we can't go racing.
No, you're right. You don't want to be the reason this race doesn't run.
Yeah.
So keeping that distance, it does, I would assume so as well, take a bit of that spectating point away from the race, but at the same time, it's about the races. And if you don't respect those rules, these races won't get a place to go.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Would you like to see these vehicles in 100% of their form, being able to smash it down the track, or would you like to see it, in that?
Would you like to look back at it?
Yeah, would you like to look back at it? So it is. It's the ruling that we've got now, and we thank everyone for abiding by it last year, and we again to everyone this year. Please, if you're spoken to by anyone over the weekend about safety or how close you are to the track or anything like that, please just go, yep, nah, easy done, thanks. I understand I've done wrong here, and we'll be able to go racing and have a great weekend.
Absolutely. As we keep saying, just don't be the reason the race stops.
Yeah, no, exactly. We've got a whole heap of of bike riders that we haven't spoken about yet either. Like there's a heap of different names up and down the list, and like even like Catherine Scoble as well.
Yeah, Catherine.
Like I think this is her 11th.
I'm thinking, it could be 10th or 11th.
Yeah, 10th or 11th.
If not, we've just added one for Catherine, so she'll love that.
Like that's amazing for her to be out here and being so strong on the bike, and it's great to see. I think it's something like 20 women this year in that class, or a little bit higher than that. It's awesome to see that class has exploded.
Absolutely. You know, we were talking before about Taylor Maurice and Danny Foote, another one, but there's Maddie Healy and Catherine Scoble, both amazing desert races. Catherine's been really busy this year outside of Finke on the bike, doing an amazing thing, and her and her partner do sidecars as well, so they're really they're 100% bike focused, which is amazing. And then we'll go back to Danny Foote, who's come back as well. She had a year off the bike. This is her 6th, I think it is, Finke. So
I believe so.
So for her to come back on a 500 as well, and also kind of have Better Beer behind her as well, which is an amazing sponsor to kind of follow and help her through this race.
Yeah, and that's something that I've also seen this year as well, is sponsors getting on board with a lot of bike riders, a lot of car competitors as well. It's great to see, and as you say, Better Beers is a massive opportunity for her and that team, and getting her name out there, and as well as opening the sport up to a whole group of new people as well, because those guys are really good on their social media and stuff like that. So hopefully we'll see a whole heap of new viewers into the sport as well.
Absolutely. I mean, the father obviously races in the side-by-side as well, so it's great to have both of them competing. Danny, a couple of years, actually did an Ironman.
Yes.
And I think she's the first ever female to do an Ironman as well. So it's an amazing opportunity for her now to step with Better Beer. But you're right, there's a lot of sponsors that come on board. And this year it's actually more interesting to see all the teams that have formed. As we keep talking about, you know, CBS carrying on Lukey and Bradley. So that's an amazing thing. But then you've got like Honda. You've got Gasser, as we said before. You've got the Tweaked boys at Sherco. There's so many great teams. STE stepping up and looking after Callum. It's really great to see these teams starting to form, because, you know, back in the day, as we were saying before, there were amazing teams. There was manufacturers, there was trucks, it was a full show. So for it to kind of keep it going, it's even better.
Yeah, no, it definitely is, and it's great to see all these people on board and helping everyone out. But we're going to go back down to the start-finish line with our amazing host to have a chat.
Thanks so much, guys. And Keziah has joined us back on the start-finish line. And we've also found one of our female competitors in the bike class, Catherine Scoble, second last year in the women's class. You're back again for your 9th, is that correct?
9th one.
What brings you back every year?
The people, the atmosphere, just being here, seeing everyone, and it's a really challenging track, so just enjoy that too.
So just tell me, Catherine, the difference between first Finke, first ever, and now heading into number 9, what's the difference for you?
Nearly 10 years older. I guess I prepared a lot more back then. Now I sort of know what to expect and I enjoy it, and yeah, the bikes are a lot faster now and they handle a lot better, so it's actually a bit easier.
You were just saying before as well, you haven't had that much practice over the last 12 months, but you've done a bit of riding this week. Are you feeling sore from this week? How are you feeling going into tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm fairly sore through my shoulders and my arms, because you can't really emulate that in the gym, so just hitting all the bumps yesterday and over the last week has been pretty sore, but had a good recovery session today, so it should be good tomorrow.
And obviously, you know, this isn't a full-time job, so to be able to balance work and riding, how have you had the prep time leading up to this?
Just had to really prioritise it, really. I did lots of working and lots of gym work and lots of running and things, not as much riding as I would have liked, but yeah.
Excited to see how many women are entering that women's competition, to have it that second year in a row. How excited are you to see that grow?
Oh, I love it. I think it's like when I first started there was no women's class, and then they brought in a trophy, and when I finally do retire, I'm going to be really stoked that I helped build that, and everyone's, you know, more and more women every year, everyone's getting faster, and like it's just building and building, so I can retire really happy, hopefully.
But not too soon, because I know that you want to go for the 10. You want to do 10 Finke races, number 9 this weekend. But do you feel, I mean, you're a trailblazer for females in this sport. I mean, you must look around now in 2024, and it's not just women racing, it's women on the spanners, it's women that are here just to support and watch. I mean, you must feel really proud that you've been part of that.
Yeah, definitely. I think just being in this space and showing women that you actually can do it and you can ride and you can hold your own, and even whether you're good or you're not, like, just enjoy it and it will bring more women in, and yeah, it can only be positive.
I know you've been pushing up into those, top results over the last couple of years. For you this weekend, I mean, what are you looking for? What's success going to be like for you?
I think just getting there and back and enjoying myself. If I got in the, top 5 and 6, I'll be really happy. But if not, just finishing and enjoying myself.
And it's so great to see you, Catherine. A couple of gals from Perth who went to Caversham Primary School. It's awesome to sort of go full circle and be back here in Alice Springs.
Can't believe it.
Team, a bit of fun. I have to ask you though, before we do let you go and enjoy the rest of the night, Taylor Maurice, is there a bit of competition between you guys heading?
Just some friendly fire, really. Like, I enjoy spending time with her and racing with her, and we did prologue last year and then raced really hard, and I think now that someone's dropped out, we'll probably prologue together again tomorrow, which will be cool, and we did the prologue track walk yesterday as well, so nothing but friendly fire.
Watched out for the whoops together.
Yeah, check them out. Try not to crash together tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Catherine. Enjoy the weekend. Ride safe. Go well. Look forward to seeing you back here on Monday. Well, we've got about 20 minutes before the official proceedings kick off here at the start-finish line in Alice Springs for the 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. So many people to chat to down here where all the action is. But boys, what are you guys excited about for this weekend?
Oh, the question would be easier. What am I not excited about? I tell you what, it is an absolute feast for everyone here today. Like the cars, we keep talking about up and down. We also talk about, the quality of motorbike field is absolutely insane. There's no question about that. It's interesting. It's fantastic listening to Jeremy talk about it too, isn't it? The different level of information that he's got from that insider knowledge, let's call it. Like he's there with the teams and working with them and speaking to them on different levels. And, that's a really interesting perspective. I was just off camera, just enjoying listening to some of the things and the perspectives and that sort of information. So we're lucky to have him along for the ride this weekend. He's going to be popping in where he can and, spending as much time in the box as he can. So it's great to have that motorcycle perspective because I tell you what, I'm an old washed up motorcycle rider. He was talking about a few of the old things that went on and, he mentioned about Honda not being really in the desert scene. When I was riding, they were the desert team. There was nothing but Honda. So it's interesting to see, just that perspective change and oh, gee, I'm showing my age. That's what I'm telling you. I'm showing my age.
Well, I don't forget those days, Dan. I will say I was a little bit younger of a lad, but that's the thing, like, it changes here in the desert, and that's why I had that conversation with Jeremy, was because it was really interesting to see that perspective change.
Yeah, well, you'll laugh. I actually turned up to race Finke my first time on a Husqvarna, and now don't get me wrong, in the 70s and 80s, they were like Husqvarna and that were a big brand, but like at that particular time in the 2000, in that period of time, like if you turned up on a Euro, you're sort of the unusual.
Yes.
Now, if you don't have a Euro, you're the unusual. It's quite an interesting thing to see.
Yeah, no, it really is, and seeing how many different manufacturers are here this year and getting behind it as well. It's just awesome to see, and I think, again, it opens up to so many different new customers, I think, that will get into desert racing or just see what desert racing is and go, oh, actually, I might give that a go. And that's the thing, and I think that's what we're trying to do as well, is get as many people into motorsport as we can, and it's great to be able to do it with this event and other events as well. Like, we've got so many cool desert races now popping up here in Australia. It's just breeding a whole heap of new young talent that's coming through, and whether it's in the cars, whether it's on the bikes, like that's the thing. It's all coming from these younger kids, and they've had the knowledge because they've grown up around the sport. So it's great to see them coming out and doing what they love as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's one of the big keys is that there is that transition of knowledge now. There's, probably desert racing was a bit more fringe back in the day. It wasn't really known as a mainstream sport, even though it was, there was a lot of people doing it. However, yeah, I do agree that now there's guys like, like David Walsh and those sort of guys, that are doing it as I don't want, again, it's not a full-time job. It's still a carpenter on the weekdays, but it is the full-time. It's not like you're a motocross guy that goes out and races the Fink to try to win it. You are desert focused. You are doing desert races. There's a desert team, if that makes sense. And I think that's an interesting change, that wasn't there before, like when we're talking about there's guys like Glenn Bell and pieces and, Craig Dack was coming out. He was a motocross guy. He was a supercross guy, he was a superstar, but he came and, then, let's go and give this desert race, It was almost like, not being funny, it's almost like Lowndesy coming out and, just dipping his toe in the water with the desert stuff, as compared to guys like OBR that are a desert racing team. They live, breathe, they're out here, they've got a shed, they're building these race cars, it's not a dip a toe in the water, it's the whole goal. So, it's an interesting game with that. And, again, as we look up and down, like we get these great, obviously in the video, the cars do take up a bulk of work because, they're all so unique too. I think that's something that the cars bring to the table. All the motorbikes are super unique. Again, you hear Jeremy talking about the different heights between pegs and, all those little tweaks that all these pros have. Well, the car guys are the same. They're on the off-season, they're working on, suspension pickup mounts, different A-frame, maybe different steering geometry, going through the cars. They've got a lot better with bump steer, with caster camber correction. We're now talking about trophy trucks that have over 30 inches of suspension travel. Really, those numbers are mind-boggling. 30 inches, that's like half a human in suspension travel, maybe a bit more than half a human depending on what height you are. So, it's amazing that those sort of things exist now. And, it's just a progression. There was so much great, if you get the chance, obviously not now because you're enjoying the live feed, but, on YouTube, we were talking before the commentary, weren't we, that we were watching all the old classic Fink footage. And it's great because, the production team here throw it on in between events and bits and pieces. So there's so many great things about that. And, it's just interesting to be able to see the years, the progression, the track changes, when they used to start down, 5Ks on the concrete block down there at the start.
And it was a Le Mans start, wasn't it?
Le Mans start, that's right. So you used to run and kick your bike and, if the bike didn't start, well, you were cursing it, I'm sure. So, and even down to like when we used to start, 10 or 13 at a time, and then it went to 8. And, now, the first guys are getting good, clean starts. The cars are getting 2-minute dust gaps, like those competitor and event changes that just grow and grow, and it's getting better and better. And I tell you what, this Fink, as you cruise through town, it is exciting, Josh. There's people, there is people everywhere.
Mate, it's as an Alice local myself, in the lead up, I was a little bit worried at the start there, and then 2 weeks out from the event, man, it just started coming, and it's so good to see because small business benefits from it. There's so many different things that benefit from this great race here in Alice Springs.
You're not buying a loaf of bread on Thursday, I'm telling you that.
Oh, mate, like you try find a car spot like that street party last night. Brilliant. Mate, it was so good and packed. Like, it took me 15 minutes around, 15 minutes around to find a car park. So you can tell that Fink Fever's definitely here, and it's looking like it's going to be absolutely awesome.
Fink Fever indeed. And I tell you what, we're going to throw over some of the great companies that make this event possible.
The Finke Desert Race Committee and club members congratulate and thank all our sponsors for getting on board Australia's ultimate off-road race. Not only is it the premier off-road event in the country, it's pulled together by a voluntary committee with enormous community support. It is the generosity of sponsors that keeps costs down and assists us to promote it far and wide.
The Finke Desert Race Committee acknowledges our amazing sponsor, The Lot by Tatts. Tatts have invested well over $1 million in sponsorship since 2000, and together we have forged a strong sporting partnership. Their generosity has allowed Finke to grow to what you see today.
The one thing that the Tatts Finke Desert Race has maintained since it started in 1976 is that it allows anyone to enter. Whether you are the best in the country or just in it for the fun, all competitors strive to achieve a finish. It is with the help of our platinum sponsors that anyone can have a go. We acknowledge the following: Northern Territory Government, TAB, Lassiter's Hotel Casino, Alice Springs Town Council, Imparja Television, Lion, Method Race Wheels.
The Finke Desert Race Committee would like to show great appreciation for our gold sponsors who provide key services and expertise to support the running of the event. Exact Contracting, Ram Hire, Chubb Fire and Safety, Adbri, Morton Brothers Contracting.
With a race of epic proportions, it is the smaller sponsor that gets targeted by competitors hoping to ease their entry burden. A proportion of these also support the event, and we are grateful for their contribution. The club now asks that you support those who support the event. Think of that the next time you're ready to make a purchase. We'd like to thank the following sponsors and supporters: Alice Equipment Hire, Alice Plaza Shopping Centre, Desert Technologies Proprietary Limited, Asprint, National Australia Bank, Thrifty Car Rental, Sportsnet Holidays, Centre Pest Management, Red Centre Technology Partners, APJ Concrete, Northern Territory Correctional Services, Hastings Steering CAT.
The Finke Desert Race Ambassadors are unlike many other promotional modelling positions around the country, selecting real women who have both a passion and interest in motorsport, but also have an interest in volunteering their time to a community event. They become part of the Finke family and are widely recognised. We thank each girl for their contributions as volunteers.
Concrete is one of the world's most relied upon materials. It is all around us. It builds our homes, our infrastructure, and industrial developments. It builds our communities and where we grow. Adbri's Futurecrete possesses the benefits of concrete while using recycled materials to lower embodied carbon compared to conventional concrete, with no cement substitution.
Well, Dan, we're back and we are live all around the world. Chuck us a comment and let us know where you are watching from. We'd love to hear it. And as well as all the people here, I hope you're having a lovely time so far. It's one of these great things we get to do at Finke with our scrutineering. You get to go and have a look at the cars, a look at the bikes, chat with the drivers, and brush up with some royalty here in the desert.
Yeah, I was going to say, Josh, like, listen, no doubt that, you know, it's beautiful to be able to send this stream all around the world, but there's no place like the Red Centre.
No.
You've got to get yourself out and get backside, trackside, because, you know, planes fly in here. It's easy to get here. You know, there's so much to see and do locally around Alice Springs. And I tell you what, it is just a magic experience. And walking down, you know, 120, 130 cars down there, you know, a full lineup of motorbike competitors. There's sponsors alley, there's food, there's drinks. It's, you know, a chilly 5 or 6 degrees at the moment. I tell you what, it is just a beautiful place to be, and there's nothing like the smell of that race gas, the cool weather, and the beautiful red dirt centre. So I tell you what, make sure if you haven't, book in for 2025. It's going to be 2026. It's going to be a huge year. You know, like, it's going to be absolutely amazing, and we're going to be racing.
Yeah, oh yeah, we definitely will be, and I think with everything going on and with this event, with the way this event's going to roll out this year, like with crowning of a new car champion, or maybe a past champion, like, that's the thing. You never know. They may add another a crown to their loft, and as well as the bikes as well. Like, there's so many different storylines this weekend. We're going to keep you covered on all of them, or we'll at least try to keep you covered on all of them. But we do have some special people back at home that are helping us out as well. So yeah, we really do appreciate all of that, and yeah, we're really looking forward to this weekend. Like, we can't contain our excitement up here in the box. Like, tomorrow morning, we'll be full noise, and we're gonna love it.
Well, it's the Method Prologue tomorrow, and I tell you what, that is going to be one to watch. These guys are going to be set full kill mode because, you know, it's one of those things we hear it every year about, particularly for the top spots. You know, like, it doesn't matter what the track conditions are like, you want to be number one on the road. It's the position to be in. It's true of all motorsport. You know, like, get the guys, get out in front, and, you know, make them chase you. We run corrected time on the way down, so day one's race times, but on the way home, which is Monday, so day 2 race day, it is on corrected time, so the first person across the line is the winner. So, you know, like, you want to get down there nice and clean, and particularly on day 1, you've got to be a little bit careful that someone's not coming through the pack. So,
no,
you know,
exactly.
You can be in first. We've seen it before with Hayden Bentley, where he came out of 13th position. The racing gods were with him, essentially, and essentially got a fantastic run through the pack. And, you know, I think it was Bo Robinson that year, or it was Trav, or one of the OBR cars were in front. And they said, oh, well, you know, we should be right. And they set the pace, and it was a strong pace. But then Hayden Bentley, because out of 13th, ended up being number 1 on the way home and ran that position the whole way home. So, again, just trying to let you know that that's an interesting side note of this race. Because it's a 2-day event, you know, you start first and then it's corrected time, but on the way home, first across the line wins.
Yeah, no, definitely. And, like, talking about our Method Race Wheels prologue tomorrow, it's going to be interesting for the cars as well, because sometimes it can be an issue for some of these vehicles. They go out there and they put hell to the leather and they break something, or they hurt something.
Not the first time a car's rolled over in prologue, just quietly.
And that's the thing. Dan's making that face because he's got some history with this great event, and with vehicles going for tumbles. But I go back to Jack Rhodes.
Yes, that was the year after us. Yes.
I go to Jack Rhodes, and yeah, when he went over, flew through the pack, got a good time, and then came back.
Still competitive. Yes, exactly right. Yeah, absolutely. Now, listen, hey, we're going to throw down and get ready for the Welcome to Country with Rihanna right now.
Go.
Well, how exciting to officially kick off the 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race for 2024. We are down here on the start-finish line here in Alice Springs, live on the coverage on the live stream. And of course, for everyone that is here tonight for Scrutineering, which is day 1 of the official action. Now, to kick us off, we really need to celebrate this wonderful country that we are weekend, and to deliver the welcome to country, please welcome Barb Satua of the Aranda people and the native title.
First of all, I'd like to thank Chelsea and the committee for having me here again this year. And Murda means hello. Welcome to the 48th race. My name is Barb Satua. Once again, I have been asked title country, which is my second year and great honour for me. Well, it is that time of year that Alice Springs residents look forward to. I belong with my family, have been part of a special weekend for many years as spectators camping down the track and also grandson driving the event. This year numbers are down, but build up and excitement is just as big. I look forward for both riders and spectators.
Yeah, we are.
Throw price here this year, which is a shame, but this will open up the car section to a new king of the desert. It may be one of our new competitors, with Craig Lowndes competing for the first time, or Brad Lovell from the USA, or maybe your local favourite, the Landers brothers. Come on, family, need you there. Our local hero goes forward to competing again and will be hoping for his 5th King of the Desert title to match Randy Gregory's in a row in the 1990s. In closing, I would like to wish everyone, the competitors, whether on bikes or in cars, support crews and all the volunteers a safe weekend, and once again a big welcome to Embargo Country. And I just added a little bit more here. Please obey the rules. Stay 30 metres from the track, keep all children and pets away, and have a good weekend. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barb. Wise words from Barb Satueta. Thank you very much. Well, officially we can say that we are kicking off here at the start-finish line for the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Who will be crowned King of the Desert this weekend? I think the desert decides, doesn't they?
Does decide. There is no question about that. It's going to be an interesting year. It's again, we've talked about these conditions because we keep enjoying how beautiful it is. Again, today was absolutely gorgeous in Alice Springs. Not a cloud in the sky. The weather has turned and it looks like it's going to be solid all race weekend. So that gives us a couple of good days. And again, it's so interesting talking to these competitors about how the country and the land has changed down the track. I think that's going to be one of the real stories we've talked about before when we've had wet years or, you know, dusty years, about how, you know, like that uneven ground and the conditions changing. And it was interesting even talking, you know, like different setups and how people are working with things at the moment and where they're going with it. You know, like I wonder if even now some of the guys are, you know, inspecting the track and sort of going, well, are we going to put on X tyre or Y tyre? You know, what moves do we make? It's interesting. And, you know, with a lot of those guys tuning suspension, and there's a lot of different brands on board out here, you know, everyone's going to have their, you know, a different way to skin a cat. Is that the right words? Like, you know, there's no written way. So how are we going to get down the way, you know, like, again, everyone's a little bit different. How are we going to get to Finke the fastest? That's the key.
No, and it's really, really interesting in the fact that, there is so many new companies that are helping out bikes this year as well. Like there's not a lot of new names, but just names that are renowned for other things that have come into it, and it's really cool to see. It's awesome. They're getting their name out there at this great event and trying to prove that they are, you know, sort of Finke ready and Finke capable of being able to put these things on bikes or vehicles and get down there. So,
and Josh, probably what's interesting about that, while you're talking, it's interesting because the opposite is probably historically true for cars. We've seen many years cars flying on, you know, aeroplanes, literally, you know, 747 jumbo jets, and they get dropped to, you know, South Australia or the Melbourne port, and then they come in at the last minute, and, you know, we hear these. It was the first one that I remember was the Kittle car when it first turned up. Fellows driving that Jimco truck, which is now, you know, Loose Cannon Racing. You know, when it first turned up, you know, it was only just out of the container a couple of hours, and it got travelled straight to Alice for the Finke Desert Race. You know, we heard a very similar story with Smoothie, very similar story with Bo Robinson last year with the Mace, and now all beautifully turned out trucks, all well sorted from the box. But, you know, probably the opposite of true is with the, you know, with the cars. It's not the new technology. It's almost getting into a groove and having that car sorted. You know, I keep mentioning Shannon Wrench, multi-time King of the Desert, multi-time Australian champion. That guy has a little bit of a, let's say, MO, where, you know, he builds a new car. The reality, I hope I'm not saying anything wrong here, but, like, you know, he has a bit of a couple of teething issues, disappears for about 6 to 12 months, and then comes back. And, like, the last time that happened, I think he won 3 Australian championships in a row, back to back to back. You know, like, and he's just built this new Jimco Australian Hammerhead. He had a few rough teething issues. He's just disappeared for about 12 months, and he's at Finke. Do you see where I'm going with this, ladies and gentlemen? It's an interesting story because I think that it's one that shows, you know, with the cars, it's more about being well sorted, well versed with your vehicle, being comfortable in it. You know, like often the brand new piece of equipment, it needs a little bit of time to to mesh. You know, I think we're going to see a very, very well meshed Bo Robinson. That's going to be, if you want a sneaky favourite, I mean, it's got to be Bo Robinson. I believe that. Only in the sense that he's done so much recently. He's been so competitive over the last couple of years. He's been right on the back door for a number of years. I mean, if there's a guy that's run second more times than most, it's the OBR guys. And, you know, like, they've got to be ready. And I tell you what a fairy tale story it would be. I will throw it out. Here you go, guys. This is my little pitch. Trav won the Australian Championship last year. How nice would it be to see Bo to win the first Finke? And really, OBR has stood atop the mountain, haven't they?
Yeah, no, definitely. And that was something in my notes is that those Robinson boys, they've had wretched luck here. Like, they've always either put themselves in a really good position at prologue, or they've had a little bit of an incident, or something like that, but they've gone and they've tried their hardest. You know, they get down to Finke and there's issues or there's gremlins, and they throw everything at it, try and get it back, and it's just every single time it's very, very unfortunate from them. They're trying to shake that monkey off their back. So hopefully they can this year, and I think I agree as well. I think it would be great to see those two brothers up there in top paying positions. And like, looking down at the field, like, I see a couple of there's a couple of pro cars that have moved down and changed engine combos. Like, I know the 1008 Shane Greening and Axel Greening this weekend. That's gone through. It's still the same body, but engine change, wiring change, stuff like that. My mate Timothy Button, in his vehicle, he used to have a single. Used to have the double-seater with his sister. I'm getting all mixed up now. And now he's got the single-seater, and it's great to see him out here, and he's going to attack in the sports light, in that slow one is the one that they've called it this year. So that's a little bit of an inside joke with some of us. But, yeah, no, it's great to see it. And, like, as well as the 1059, another Alice local, Darren Wright, that's the vehicle that I got to go passenger in at the Alice Springs Off-Road Club, and, mate, that thing is on song. And when Darren's driving, it is scary. He can drive. So there's so many different names up and down the classes that it is anyone's game.
Yeah, the Sports Light is a very serious class, so it's very exciting to see. Hey, now, I'll tell you what, talking about legends of the Finke Desert Race, we're going to throw down to Rihanna with none other than Anthony Yoffa.
Anthony Yoffa, club president, probably one of the busiest men in Alice Springs across this weekend. We're here for the 48th running. How's it all shaping up?
Well, firstly, it's great to have you back. Congratulations on a child, and we're really pleased to have you and Keziah back. Look, you know, this year has been a great week. We're far more organised than we were previously. We've had an enormous amount of help from crews and teams that have just said, we're ready to race, how can we help? So the course is marked, spectator bunting is marked, the site build is done, we're ready to race.
Tell me about the lead up to this weekend in terms of weather. There's been some rain. How's it going to affect the track, and how's it going to affect the race?
Oh, look, I think all the competitors are pretty keen to see a bit of dampening down, because there perhaps won't be as much dust. We had 25 mil of rain, or an inch of rain 10 days ago, and then another 10 mil last week. There's still a bit of water out on the prologue track, which should dissipate, you know, once all the auto crew go through. But down along the track, there's a couple of wet patches, but, you know, by Sunday, with 4 nice days of weather, Sunday, Monday, it should be good, should be quick.
And this year, nearly 50% are first-timers. So that is a huge audience that are experiencing this amazing event for the first time. What's sort of your advice to those people?
I don't give advice to competitors. That's the rule number one. We've always been lucky in the bike field to have about a 50% first-timers each year, and that gives us the renewal. And so those competitors mightn't come back next year, but they'll come back in 2 years' time. And as we know, everyone here and everyone watching will come to the 50th in 2 years' time. But it gives that renewal. So as some of the older riders and some of those that have done many years and want to pursue something different drop away, these new riders will come through, and new drivers, and then that keeps the event going, and it brings a broader audience.
I want to touch on the women's class. 20 riders this 20 riders this year, which is amazing. Girls that are coming back, girls that are coming here for the first time. But I think it's just brilliant that you've got a class for women, and they're really proper races.
Oh, thank you for that. We're extremely proud, and you missed last year with the first year. After the riders' brief on day one, we had all 19 of them up on the stage to do a group photo, and there's a real sort of warmth amongst them that they are here and they're here to stay. I've got a couple more this year. I met one of them down the track on Tuesday in Finke, who was pre-running, Lauren Kurt, who's come over from Western Australia, driven all the way from Perth with a husband who's racing as well. Super excited, super keen, and look, as you know, it's the way of the future to bring. We don't have to bring women into sport; they are already here. We just need to get them recognised and get them on the seats, and to be in front of the media, not behind.
100%, well said. Just tell me about this race and what it takes to get this race underway. I know in terms of volunteers, you've got nearly 400 people volunteering their time this weekend to ensure that we can go racing.
Look, our work for next year starts next week. It's probably already started. There's a significant amount of work behind the scenes in preparing all your risk documents, which is the stuff that no one really wants to hear about, but your emergency management plan, your risk plan, your helicopter plan, your refuel plan, all of those need to be done, submitted to government and then approved. The spectator management plan takes a lot of work to do, and then it's going out and track marking the course. Glenn Orrick, who's our track manager, who is unwell, but we wish him well. He will be watching the stream from Darwin this weekend, been involved for 40 years. Glenn starts repairing the track in August, September, gets a bit hot over summer, and then starts again in March or so. And then there's a couple of fellas that go out putting in or replacing up to 3,000 individual arrows along the course to help the competitors. And then it goes to entries open, the team in the office, the only 2 paid staff we have answering oodles of phone calls and emails, and then a month out it's the site build and getting all the infrastructure in place.
It's just a mammoth effort, and we have to shout out to all of the volunteers and everyone that makes this event possible. Your phone is running off the hook, so we need to let you go, but we wish you all the success for a wonderful weekend and a safe weekend for everyone.
And it's great having you back. Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolute legend. Yoff, I tell you what, he tells a tall story about XL 250s and 2-hour motorbike times too, just quietly. So he is a legend, and he's been around a long time in our sport. And I tell you what, really shaped the sport, and it's great to see him still involved and cranking along there. So again, it is so good that some of these guys with such a steeped history continue to be involved in the sport. And again, all the new event helpers and organisers and everything else that goes on. There's some good young blood in there as well. So very exciting to see where this Finke Desert Race, and he mentioned the 50th, 2 years until the 50th anniversary. Obviously skipped that year because of the little COVID thing. So it's going to be 2027 is our 50th. And if you're listening along all over the world, I tell you what a great time to come to Australia. If you've got a passport and a plane ticket, you can get to Alice Springs. We've got plenty of jumbo jets parked around the place. So, come on in, enjoy the 50th with us, because I tell you what, it's going to be one heck of a race. And I tell you what, it's going to be one. I remember the 40th, and it was just one where the air of excitement about winning it, you wanted to be crowned the king on the 40th. Well, that's going to be no different in the 50th. So it's going to be very exciting to see who comes out on the 2027 and has a run at the Finke Desert Race.
Yeah, no, it definitely will be, and it's such an awesome event, and from its humble beginnings as quite literally there and back. So it was awesome to see over the years how much it's grown. And as we were saying before, we were watching some of those old school videos on how the events changed over the years. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Now, I tell you what, talking about amazing stories, we have a fantastic story down from our, I believe it's the automotive section with Keziah.
I found myself Jamie Harrison. Now, Jamie's actually raced this 10 times, but this is the first time we're going to have a paraplegic racing in the Finke Desert Race. Jamie, what people realize right now is that you had a huge accident here just a couple of years ago, and that is why you're in the situation you're in.
Yeah, in 2021, racing bikes, I did my first fuel stop, and about 80k mark, and went through a big bull dust patch. Rock hit me. I hit the rock that I didn't see inside it, and just cartwheeled, and here I am.
And talk us through that, because you were then airlifted and taken to Adelaide, and that's a huge process from there.
Yeah, so that was quite a surprise ending up in Adelaide. I spent 10 months down there in rehab, and finally had a chance to come to Brisbane after that. But rehab was intense. It was the middle of COVID. It was 2021, so it was hard for family to come over and go interstate. So I felt quite isolated in that time. But glad to be back though.
Some people would be scared off by that an accident of that level and life-changing. Why do you want to come back to Finke?
For me, it felt like it was something.
Yeah, so an interesting story there, and I'm sure one that we're going to get back to when we get that sorted out. But it is
I want to come back and actually
absolutely interesting to see that, again, a guy with so much passion and such an interesting story, and that he's come back to complete the Finke in the automotive group.
Yeah. No, it definitely is, and a great story to see him back in the cars, and hopefully, all the best to him for the weekend. And it's one of those stories like you look at the Finke There and Back movie that got put out about Isaac Elliott, and what a story that was. Like, it's just absolutely insane to see the caliber of different riders, and that's the thing, like, he just wanted to get there and back, and he did it, and what an awesome production it came out as. So it was really, really cool. We continue to live this great event on. So we're going to go down to the start line with Rihanna.
Danny Foote back here in Finke. We missed you last year, unfortunately, with the injury, but you're back. You're ready to go in the bike class. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. We're on a new bike this year on the 501, so we'll see how long we can hold on to it and, give it a good crack.
Now, you've been off injured, so how's the body?
It's actually feeling really good. I was a bit nervous coming into the year, but we've pushed out the last 6 months, and I'm super stoked. I actually feel really comfortable on the 500, so I'm just ready to race.
So talk to me about the decision to go up to the big bike.
So I've been on the 252 stroke for 6 years. I want to crack that top 50. My best is the 51st, so we were thinking of how to do it, and we're like, why not go big and go home and change it up, and we decided on the 500.
Now, you're just a baby, but you've been here for, what is it you're up to now? now? 6, 7, 8? Where are you at?
Yeah, this is my 7th year.
What brings you back year on year?
They call it the Finke bug, I think. It's you really can't get rid of it. Last year I had a little bit of FOMO after it, and especially having the first year for the women's class. That's a massive step for this up here. So yeah, I was a bit bummed to miss out, so I thought, why not come back and see how we go.
Like many, this is a full family affair for you, for your dad, for your whole family. I think last time we were here, you were doing the double. This year, just focusing on the bike?
Yeah, that was a big triumph that year. 2022 was a massive year, so we'll just stick to the bikes, what I'm good at, and yeah, Dad's still in the Can-Am with his co-driver Phil, so they'll give it a good crack, and hopefully we still get both of them back home.
Talk to me about your lead up to the event and what sort of pre-running have you done? How's the preparation been going?
So we've done a few trips up here, done a few Ks down the track. So we did a Finke run this week, and I'm super stoked on. That's a very good timing. So yeah, I'm really comfortable on the bike, and I got a good gist of it. Obviously 7 years, I know all of the corners and whatnot, but yeah, it's different this year with the rain, but it might have dried out today.
Now, you've just put up a recent social media post. You've got a new sponsor with your crew. Tell me about it.
Yeah, we're flying the Better Beer flag this year, which is pretty cool. So yeah, I suppose the good thing about it is we're never short of beer.
That is a good thing to have. Tell me a bit about your crew. Who's working on your bike? Who's making sure that you guys are successful this weekend?
Yeah, so my dad's probably got the short end of the stick, so he's working on his Can-Am and also my bike, so I'm super grateful for him. But my whole family's up here, my whole family too, both my sisters, which is unreal. My boyfriend's here, all my friends and family too, so I'm very lucky to have the people in my corner. So.
You're aiming for that top 50, but the women's class specifically, there's about 20 girls in it this weekend. I mean, what's a realistic hope for you?
Oh, you never come up here to get second place, so obviously we'll go for the first place in the women's, but as I said, I'm really digging for that top 50, and if I get top 40, we'll top 30, but no, we'll see how we go. I think it's just a matter of getting out there and just giving it my best, and I'll be happy just to get back home in one piece, and yeah, we'll see how we go.
It's awesome to see you back. So good to see you physically fit and healthy, and really excited to see what you can do this weekend. Enjoy, stay safe out there.
Thank you. See you out there.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks,
It'll be very cool to see that. So it's going to be a very good run. Now, talking about it, I just got a couple of notes there from Jamie Harrison as well, and we're going to get back to him soon with that conversation. But, you know, like, again, with the transition, so obviously changed from the motorbike to the four-wheel vehicle, the side-by-side, and then converted it to suit his needs. And, you know, his first race out, you know, he came third in class and fifth overall at the NAVAC Challenge. So, you know, someone to watch out for. He's adapting well. You know, I think that he sounds like he's an overcomer. He's a champion, so it's going to be interesting. And again, we will catch up with him later when we get those things sorted out and get it running along. But yeah, it's going to be great to see that side-by-side class and see where he sits in that. But yeah, again, so many great stories up and down, isn't there? All these competition within classes is going to be interesting. You know, again, we talk about the bikes. You know, we haven't even talked about, you know, in the competition, there's also two-stroke classes. You know, they're one of the things that are hotly contested. If you're a 252-stroke rider, you know, the top of the food chain on 252-stroke, you know, I know it doesn't hit the mainstream media, but I tell you what, within that pack of riders, there is a challenge within themselves. You know, they've got Facebook groups, they've got things going on, they're talking smack on the internet. I tell you what, it's going to be interesting because, you know, like getting down and back on a 252-stroke, like particularly now it's starting to get, you know, a lot of that's older technology, you know, bikes that haven't been developed for a little while. It's great to see, and that's going to be one to see. So the 252 strokes, the 254 strokes is another one that, you know, there's bragging rights within itself. The big bores, if you see a 1 on the front of a motorbike, you're looking at a 500cc, or even in this day and age, a 300 KTM fits into that class. It's essentially anyone over 251. But, you know, that's where you'll see the legendary Honda 500 out there racing a two-stroke. I don't know how they hold on to those things with their hands for a prologue lap. They vibrate that much. I don't think there's any dampener in the world that fixes 500 two-stroke problems. So, you know, it's amazing to think that those guys are still out there racing. And again, they know they're really not going to come overall positions. They're not going to compete with David Walsh. That's not the point.
No.
They're going to be the fastest 500 two-stroke. And I tell you what, that is a trophy in its own right, even if there isn't one presented on Monday night, I apologise. But again, it was interesting too, even talking with Jeremy from the Dirt Bike Burrito before podcast, you know, talking about the spike, you know, it is that bigger deal. You know, everyone wants to be a Toby Price, everyone wants to be a David Walsh, everyone wants to be a Liam Walsh, everyone wants to be a Callum Norton. You know, there's all these heroes of the sport, and there really is a Brodie Waters. You know, you want to be a Bo Robinson, but honestly, in this community, if you walk around and, you know, you shake a hand and go, hey, bud, did you get a spike? If you get a spike, you are a legend of desert racing. There is something about putting those spikes on your mantle and sitting back and the accomplishment. Nothing ever changed over the years that we were racing. When you cross the finish line at Finke, it's a flood of emotion. It doesn't matter if you came 20th. It doesn't matter if you came 130th on a motorbike. Or, you know, there is no, sometimes just getting across that line, you know, you've had issues, you've had the lever break, you've fallen off and dust is in your goggles and your eyes are bleeding. It's wild. And then just across that line and you're like, and then you sit back on Monday night with a coldie, black rat as us Queenslanders like, bit of sugar cane champagne, and then, you know, you hit one of those and all of a sudden you're telling stories with your mates multiple years later about the Finke Desert Race and that experience. And I tell you what, there is nothing like it. You can see, I come along, this is my race. I love, there's lots of fantastic races that are amazing that you have to see. Again, the Hattars, the, you know, the Don River Dashes, the Gundawindis. There's so many great races all around the country that you do have to attend. But I tell you what, if there is one that is a mantelpiece of Australian off-road motorsport, the desert racing scene, it is the Finke Desert Race. And I tell you what, we are in it here this year. Very exciting.
Yeah, no, we definitely are. We're right in the midst of it. And again, there's just so many different things. And like I look at that production four-wheel drive class again, and I went over the great Jeff Pickering. I don't know how we could have done that. Because
how did we miss that? Jeff Pickering is here.
He's back again, and that's another name in that production four-wheel drive. So that field is actually going to be very, very interesting to watch. And for everyone who watched the live stream last year, Norman Hank and Mark Robertson are back in their Toyota. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is a 76 series. It's not a 79 series. I have learnt my lesson. I never lived that down.
Oh, gee, those Toyota boys get narky, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
Well, the real question is whether a Toyota can keep up with a Chev or a Ford is the real question.
Yep. I think that's a call out to Toyota. If you guys are watching this or you got any of your reps watching this, why don't we get a Rogue or something cool that Toyota are doing at the moment?
Well, because
how about a Tacoma? I've seen a couple of them
because
around.
They wouldn't keep up, Josh.
That's right.
Do you like that? Do you like that fishing? Because they wouldn't keep up.
No, well, that's the thing. Until someone gets out here and puts one on the track, we will never know. So, no, it's awesome. And again, like, there's so many different types of vehicles out here, and that's the great thing. Like, some American built, some Australian built, some built in the back of sheds, some built in $1 million factories. Like, that's the thing as well. Like, you can be on that pro side of things where you've got all the money in the world and all the teams and all the help and everything, or you can be one of those entry-level cars and, you know, have built it in your shed. And that's the thing that I think is such a great thing about this event and its camaraderie, is that you can bond over that. There's other teams that have done that, or you can talk to those $1 million teams and get some little tips and stuff like that. So that's the thing. Like, it's not an exclusively a big name race. It can go to anyone.
What you're saying is all of these cars are on the same track at the same time,
exactly,
and have the same opportunity.
Yeah.
You heard Yoff say about how, you know, they've always wanted to make it accessible and they always want to keep that, you know, new entrants. It's all, the guys with the dream. Yeah. I have a dream, and the dream is to get to Finke, and it is to get back. That is the key. There's a reason that has been, you know, that phrase is so coined in the Australian desert race scene. You know, again, it's just such a great opportunity. I tell you what, talking about opportunities, how good is this right now? These kids are getting those visceral memories that'll be with them forever. The day they sat in a Jimco 2000 series, I still remember my first day, Josh.
No, and that's the thing, man. Like, and again, me being an Alice local, I reminisce over so many years as a young bloke at that age, getting to meet drivers and riders and going up. Like, I remember going up to David Walsh as this big, and I know you can't see what I'm doing up here in the commentary box, but I was tiny. I was that big, and I've got all these great memories. And that's the thing. Like, these kids are going to grow up loving this event and the great things about it. And there you go, some more Alice locals there having some great camaraderie, having a chat. Yes, you know. I hope you're having a good day so far and night. Like, that's the thing. You look at this awesome Silverado, like that Craig Lowndes machine is going to be absolutely amazing. And then it looks like one of our pros.
Yeah, that's Kent Battle looking like he's enjoying a bit of pizza. The Nortrans boys. Have a look at this. The boys. Hey, they will be fast and furious this weekend. That's a beautiful turned out Element vehicle there. And I tell you what, it's going to be very interesting to see how that all plays out at the moment. Gee, the boys look shocked is what they look. They're like, here we go. On the health food. Hey.
We don't just have racers out here. We've got jokesters as well.
Absolutely. No, so again, the Nortrans guys there, Kent Battle and his crew, they've got that Element really wicked up. They've been having some really good runs here. And that's going to be interesting. Brink's performance motor in the back of that with an Albans. Going to be a very strong showing here. They've been doing a lot of desert racing, as have the Habies. We talked to Aaron there before. You know, they've all come off a reasonably good run, or not a reasonably good, a really good run at the Don River Dash. Paul Tuck Lee there in the single seat. So that's going to be a cool rig. Hey, and we got the waves there. So, but a very cool vehicle there. Again, a bit different with a single seat vehicle. So that's going to be cool. And Jack Mildwaters, we did talk to them before. Fantastic team that run all around. Again, we talked about that single seat, how that plays out. Wasn't so long ago that we had one of our single seats right up in the top position there, which is actually, you know, I want to say kind of unusual because you've got no navigator, no one looking at the GPS. That's a new thing too, Josh.
Yeah, no,
you know,
exactly.
Not so long ago we didn't have... We had no GPSs in the car. That was a rule. Now we are allowed to use GPSs in the vehicle class. So, you know, having that navigator becomes more and more of a convenience and even a requirement, honestly. But yeah, it was Aaron James not so long ago.
Yes.
That came through the class, and he actually came second outright in a single seater with no GPS, which is absolutely amazing.
Look at that, Jimco, Dan. Now that is off-road loveliness.
Yeah, no, that is a very, very nicely turned out Jimco there.
Yeah.
Actually very interesting to see that one.
Boys are happy sitting in that one. Getting a little bit of attention. I've got to say, the mullet's out here this year again, Dan. They're out and about. It's great to see them back flowing in the wind.
It is. Hey, now, interestingly, left-hand drive car, so obviously he has come over from America. Got the suspension seats. Wow, yeah, they are impressed with the mullet. So, yep, one of those big Jimcos come over from the States, probably done a bit of time over in America. We've got a number of those, so that's a champion-based vehicle. Jimco have a number of cars out. Again, their new one for Australia is the Hammerhead. Got a couple of those, including Shannon Wrench this year. This is one of the Can-Am X3s, sorry. So not the radio, or not the one with the new control arm. So yeah, again, one of the, I don't want to use the word older X3. It's basically the current model. But they do have a new one coming out very shortly.
And in the Pro Class this, Pro Class for that one, because it's running the Snail or the turbocharger or the supercharger on these vehicles. So
interesting shot there, Josh. Just while they were pointing at it, interesting because they actually have the control, like the top, the shock point on the top arm.
Yeah,
and that's not very common. Like, you know, you don't see it in too many cars or in pro buggies. You know, in the pro buggies, you'll all see them in the lower arm.
Yeah.
So you know, it's something that is with the side by sides. They run it a bit more. Very RC car. Isn't it? Like you know, in this vehicle, like the side by sides. Again, we just talked about how far they've come in a short period of time. Hey, now this is another guy that I'm excited to see. These guys have been doing a lot lately in the West Lime. That I believe that's a Brenthal, although the body looks a little bit different there. I'm going to have to check. But, yeah, the West Lime, that actually could be... I'm almost going to say that could be like an ex-someone's Geyser Brothers truck. Maybe the ex-Comiskey Geyser Brother. I've got to find that out over the weekend. But, yeah, the 467... And again, beautifully turned out truck. These guys, they had a Brenthal not so long ago. They had a Brenthal Pro buggy as well. They were racing around at St. George and a number of other races. I believe they were up at the Don River as well, which is a great desert race. And now they're here at the Finke Desert Race. I do believe they were here last year as well in the Brenthal. But yes, it's a fantastic run from those guys.
That little thing flashing there on the roll bar that you would have just seen there was one of our transponders. So yeah, that's how we track all our riders and races over the weekend. So we can keep them.
Sorry, mate. I didn't mean to cut you off, but the internet's an amazing thing. Billy Geddes, yep, ex-Corey.
Well,
so that means it's the ex-Amcor truck, which was the ex-Toby Amcor Excavations had it, then Toby Price had it, then Comiskey had it, and now it's gone to Westline, which is the Cummins family. And again, the Westline, those guys are definitely getting, they were on pace, but I will be honest, they had some mechanical dramas, I think, coming to the grips of a big competition vehicle like that, but they've now got it well and truly dialed. And yeah, that's a really nice turned out Class 6 truck, or, you know, like what we would call a 6100 truck over in America. And she's a beautiful bit of gear. So, and again, it knows its way down the Finke track. It's won this race and done many a thing. So cool to see that vehicle. And again, it's so good to see all these, you know, race cars that still have a life. You know, it doesn't matter that, you know, it might have been a couple of years old. A lot of these guys, it's about the hands of the driver. And again, we sort of mentioned with the cars, sometimes new cars, whilst amazing, beautiful, gorgeous to look at, you know, they've got those teething issues, doesn't it? It's almost like a boat. Mm-hmm. You almost want a boat that's about 6 to 12 months old so that it's someone else has sorted out all the problems on it. Yeah, you got to have that warranty period. Whereas this just, is amazing. You know, there is a Geyser truck, and I hope no one gets offended. Billy, you know I love Geyser trucks. They are the industrial sledgehammer of trophy trucks. They do everything well. They just work. They're fast. They're strong. They, you know, again, you're in a good truck if you're in a Geyser, brother.
Oh, yeah. No, you definitely are. And the amount of R&D that's gone into those trucks over the years, it's just insane. Like, from what they were 10 years ago to what they are now, and I remember like the Tonka OBRs that came out, and that was like one of, well, not one of the first, but yeah, that.
No, it was the original 6100. Yeah, when Billy got his and Bo got theirs, there was a bit of a push that they were the brand new trophy trucks at the time. They had this, you know, slightly different size in America. You know, they weren't the full size truck. They suited our 6-litre rules at the moment. So if you're following along at home, again, just touch on that real briefly. The Australian rules have opened up. We originally had a 6-litre rule. You know, that really limited us to about, let's be honest, 800, 850 if you had a really great engine builder. You know, the reality was for the guys at home that were working, you were really doing 650 horsepower. But, you know, nowadays, and people can say all they want, but with the 7-litre rule, I honestly believe there's vehicles out there now that are now nudging over 1,000 horsepower, particularly if you're starting to look at the Joe Gibbs motors, you know, the Big Dog Dugan's motors. So, you know, there's things like that I think make a little bit of a difference there, and that you know, that it's one of those things that it's progressively getting faster. You know, the torque is a big thing in these trophy trucks because you're starting to move them. And, you know, I think that's something that's going to continue to develop over the year. So it's going to be interesting. I tell you what, one of the great things is we have, you know, come back with Jamie Harrison, and he has an amazing story to tell. So I think that's something that we should jump back into and check out his story.
Thanks, guys. Well, you might have seen us a little bit before having a chat to Jamie Harrison. Raced Finke 10 times, but the last time you did it, before this time, you had a pretty big accident on the bikes. Do you mind telling us about it?
Yeah, it was 2021. I was racing in Class 8, and went through my first fuel stop around the 80k mark, and I came into a big bulldust patch, and I didn't see a big rock in it, and I cartwheeled after hitting that rock, and what happened was the bike actually hit me and broke my back. and I laid there for quite a while until the chopper came and got me. But the first chopper that turned up, it was actually made for people that could sit down, and it wasn't for anyone that could lie down. So I had to wait longer for the second chopper, and then they flew me into Alice Springs, and then from there the Royal Flying Doctor Service flew me down to Adelaide. And down in Adelaide I spent 10 months down there in rehab, waiting for a bed that was available up there in Brizzy, up there in Brizzy, which is where I'm from. And I spent another couple of months up there. So yeah, it was a long road to recovery, because it was 2021, middle of COVID. It was really hard for family and friends to come and see me. So it was a really tough time, mentally and obviously physically as well. But yeah, I did it. I'm glad to be back. I'm scared to be back. I'm nervous to be back. I'm excited to be back. But I was always going to come back. It's something that I wanted to do and finish. So yeah, I'm pumped to be back.
Through that process, I mean, 10 months in Adelaide during COVID, very isolating. What was going through your mind?
Oh, wow, lots of things. You know, you've got so much time to think. I was lying on my back for so long. What I found was I felt like I lost my identity, because now you lose your job, you lose all these things, right? And you don't know what you can do. I didn't know what was ahead of me. So it was really a tough time. So yeah, pretty much the identity thing was, I couldn't do my trade. So yeah, it was those things were going through my mind, like who am I? What am I now? So yeah, it was tough.
It's life-changing. And after that whole journey, you then made the decision to come back and you wanted to race Finke again. So you've got a car, you've had to modify it. What has that journey been like to get back out here?
Yeah, that was quite tough as well, because to get your off-road licence, you've got to be able to prove that you can get out of the car in a certain time. So I had this car modified so that I can get good access in and out to meet the exit requirement, which is, at the time, it was 10 seconds. Now, that's quite tough when you've got to undo your belts and get out and open the door and that sort of thing. So we got approval through CAMS Australia to get all the modifications done. We've got hand controls modified. I used stuff that we use in the car world or car industry and transferred that across. So it's quite easy to drive. But yeah, it works. I'm excited. Yeah, it's good.
And it's a message of ability, I guess, because you're in a field full of people who wouldn't have to have these modifications and these changes. How's the car going to go come prologue tomorrow and then the rest of the weekend?
Well, being a racer, my main aim was to have something that was competitive. I didn't want to just turn up and sort of do the numbers and just complete Finke. I mean, to be honest, I find it reasonably easy to complete Finke. I mean, you could just cruise along. So I wanted something that was competitive. So I used to race karts a lot. So yeah, I hope the car's going to go really well. We've got the backing of TJM that have come on board and helped us a lot. So I think we'll finish, hopefully, and I think hopefully we get somewhere up the front.
Well, Jamie, I hope you do get somewhere up the front and you have a really good race over Sunday, Monday. And there's a King of a Desert title that is open this year, so you can always steal Toby's spot there. Thank you so much for having a chat to us. We'll follow more stories as we go on.
The Finke Desert Race Committee and club members congratulate and thank all our sponsors for getting on board Australia's ultimate off-road race. Not only is it the premier off-road event in the country, it's pulled together by a voluntary committee with enormous community support. It is the generosity of sponsors that keeps costs down and assists us to promote it far and wide.
The Finke Desert Race Committee acknowledges our amazing sponsor, The Lot by Tatts. Tatts have invested well over $1 million in sponsorship since 2000, and together we have forged a strong sporting partnership. Their generosity has allowed Finke to grow to what you see today.
The one thing that the Tatts Finke Desert Race has maintained since it started in 1976 is that it allows anyone to enter. Whether you are the best in the country or just in it for the fun, all competitors strive to achieve a finish. It is with the help of our platinum sponsors that anyone can have a go. We acknowledge the following: Northern Territory Government, TAB, Lassiter's Hotel Casino, Alice Springs Town Council, Imparja Television, Lion, Method Race Wheels.
The Finke Desert Race Committee would like to show great appreciation for our gold sponsors who provide key services and expertise to support the running of the event. Exact Contracting, Ram Hire, Chubb Fire and Safety, Adbri, Morton Brothers Contracting.
With a race of epic proportions, it is the smaller sponsor that gets targeted by competitors hoping to ease their entry burden. A proportion of these also support the event, and we are grateful for their contribution. The club now asks that you support those who support the event. Think of that the next time you're ready to make a purchase. We'd like to thank the following sponsors and supporters: Alice Equipment Hire, Alice Plaza Shopping Centre, Desert Technologies Proprietary Limited, Asprint, National Australia Bank, Thrifty Car Rental, Sportsnet Holidays, Centre Pest Management, Red Centre Technology Partners, APJ Concrete, Northern Territory Correctional Services, Hastings Deering CAT.
The Finke Desert Race Ambassadors are unlike many other promotional modelling positions around the country, selecting real women who have both a passion and interest in motorsport, but also have an interest in volunteering their time to a community event. They become part of the Finke family and are widely recognised. We thank each girl for their contributions as volunteers.
Concrete is one of the world's most relied upon materials. It is all around us. It builds our homes, our infrastructure, and industrial developments. It builds our communities and where we grow. Adbri's Futurecrete possesses the benefits of concrete while using recycled materials to lower embodied carbon compared to conventional concrete, with no cement substitution.
Welcome back to our live coverage of Scrutineering here at the 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Now, an important part of the Finke weekend, of course, are the Finke ambassadors. And I've got myself involved with the girls here. Now, I want you to introduce yourselves, each of you.
Hey, I'm Renee. I'm Georgie.
I'm Lauren.
And I'm Ellie.
Now, girls, it's a very important role for you this weekend. What's involved with what you guys are doing?
So we're here to promote our sponsors, be the face of the event and just help out wherever we can.
Now, you were at the street party last night. It looked amazing. Just tell me a little bit about it.
So we were just there to say hello to everyone, and it was great to meet some competitors, riders, spectators, so it was a good night.
And you've been back a couple of times to Finke. What brings you back year on year?
I absolutely love off-road racing. It's in my bones. I have a pro light down in SA and I couldn't jump at the opportunity to come back again.
And Ellie, you're a local here in Finke, so it must be pretty special as a local gal to be here and involved in this race.
Oh, it's amazing. What it brings to our town is just phenomenal. So yeah, absolutely love it.
Now tell me, what are you girls most looking forward to across the weekend?
I can't wait for that start and finish line. Yeah.
I'm the same, the start and the finish and watching everyone come home, like that's the excitement.
I can't wait for the start, holding up those 30-second boards. It's going to be absolutely amazing. Hearing the roar of those engines, it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, I'm the same. I cannot wait for the start and finish. It just, the atmosphere is undescribable. I just can't wait for it.
So girls, now you've seen how it all works. Would any of you take part in the racing element of the Finke race?
Yeah, I'd actually love to come back next year. Yeah.
And what would you be back on?
I'd be back on a bike. Yep. Yeah, for
now
sure.
that they've got the women's class, it opens it up to a few more females?
Yeah, definitely. That's so exciting to see all the girls out here this year.
And what about yourself? Would you think about getting on the bike?
Maybe not the bike, but I'd definitely jump back in the buggy again, 100%. Yeah.
It's been so great to chat to you girls. Thank you for joining us. Enjoy your weekend. And if anyone has any questions about the weekend or just wants to know exactly where they need to go for certain things, these girls have all the answers for you. So check out the Finke ambassadors who'll be walking around throughout the weekend here at the start-finish line. Boys, what's happening up there?
Oh, we're just talking Finke up here. Actually, it's we're just having a great time up in the commentary box, watching all the action, having a look down that packed, and it is packed.
Yeah.
You know, spectator area, or you know, whatever the lineup today now, because that's what's so good is the spectators can get it right in up close with the vehicles, with the bikes, see some of these modifications we're talking about. You know, really, before I went desert racing, I'd never seen a Scott steering dampener in my life. I never knew what steg pegs were. You know, that wasn't a thing. And then once you see these bikes that are truly set up for the desert, actually the full throttle, the full noise guys, actually touched on it before, talking even about these guys are at the point where they're lengthening the you know, making the sway bar as long as they can, you know, making all the adjustments on the tyre. You know, on a motocross bike, you sort of normally just set it up, but you know, they're making them long so they're stable at high speeds. You know, this is the sort of tweaks that desert race guys are doing and the modifications that they're doing. You know, pushing your clamps down through and, you know, making sure your bike's nice and stable and all these things, these adjustments that they've got. It's fascinating. And again, that's what we're talking about in the commentary box, is all the modifications and the racing and, you know, all these little things that are going to cut tenths off the time. And when you're talking about 226 kilometres, it's all those tenths that add up to the king of the desert. It's amazing.
Yeah, whether teams are going to chuck the small tyres on for prologue or yeah, you know, try and change things up, underfuel the car, this, that. There's so many different little things that can be changed. And like looking out there, the crowd looks like they're having a great time. They're absolutely packed in. And the merchandise as well, like the line for that, we say it every year, is absolutely massive. So yeah, if you're in line, I hope you're having a good time, because it is definitely worth it. Dan's got some of the merch on as we speak. So, yeah, no, it is really, really good. And we're going to have a look at some of the highlights from last night's street party in Alice.
Talking of a good time.
good was airtime last night at the street party? They absolutely put on an epic show, and by that package you can definitely tell some kids are going to remember that night for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, absolutely. And getting to meet the king of the desert, David Walsh. You know, the Method guys were down there. You meet Ryan Taylor of the 24. You know, so much action down there in the park there on, you know, in the centre of Alice Springs. Amazing that they shut the road down. You know, everyone rubs shoulders with the greats, and we have a great time down there. It was a great night, I can tell you that.
Yeah, no, it's another one of those great things that Finke does every year, and they've added it to the program in the last couple, and it's been absolutely amazing. It's such an atmosphere down there, and again, you go and see all the well, not all the drivers, but you can see your drivers, see your riders, talk with your mates, your family members, people that have travelled interstate that you haven't seen in months or years that have moved away. Like, it's so good to bring everyone back into the centre and talk and love our motorsport that is off-road racing.
I tell you what, there's some pretty good pizza down there on that street as well. It's a bit of a fan favourite down there. Everyone's got pizza down on that street, so it's a good place to be on a Thursday night before Finke. And again, all the things that we're saying to you is that, guys, make sure you plan around Finke.
Yeah.
OBR was quoted, one of the greatest. Bo said, you know, they don't plan their calendar year by Christmas. Oh, no, it's by Finke. June, long weekend in the desert. You know when it's coming. Those guys are ready. And again, make sure you're ready as well, because every year just keeps getting better and better. And the action and the weather, again, I know I keep saying it, but it has just been an absolute delight here. We got into Alice on Thursday morning, or, you know, about Thursday lunchtime, and it's just been absolutely blue skies and nothing but pretty times here in the beautiful red centre.
Yeah, no, God's country is what they call it out here, and when you're out here on it, you understand why they call it what they do. It is absolutely amazing, and that's the great thing about Alice. You can go out 5-10 minutes and find an off-road track and you know, take your road-going vehicle out there and look at all these awesome places. There's so many gorges, there's so many, you know, creeks and stuff like that. The territory just has endless opportunity. So if you are traveling or planning a travel, there's a heap to do. And like next week, you've got the V8 supercars up in Darwin, and there's so many great things here in the territory at this time of the year.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. And I mean, you know what's crazy? I was just having a little bit of a think, like all these beautiful cars that we get to see down here and all these competitive riders. But, you know, like, we have talked to some fantastic guys. We haven't even talked to the Robinsons. We haven't even talked to the Comiskis. We haven't even talked to the Billy Gettys. So, you know, that list down there, you know, it is amazing to think of all the competitors that have been here and have run over the years. There's just such a wealth of experience, knowledge, time. We haven't talked to the sheriff. You know, like, again, the Havies are there. The Royden Baileys are there. Like, there's so many cars there, and it's just such a depth of field again this year. It really is amazing. And as I start listing names like that, you know, the more and more you realise, like, there could be some real sneakies in this. There could be a little smoky side bet going on. You know, again, Royden Bailey has been silly fast, has a Hollinger, not an Albans. And again, we love our Albans. We've got an Albans personally. But, you know, it's just cool to see guys changing and using air shift, and everyone's trying for those tenths that I was just talking about. You know, they're looking for every little bit. And when we crown a King of the Desert this weekend, it might be very interesting. Again, we've got Glenn Owen. You know, he's won this race before, and it wasn't that long ago that he won this race. You know, again, we were talking about, you know, all of the names that are in there that, you know, could potentially be an outright winner this weekend. It's going to be very interesting, I think.
Yeah, and like as you look out there on the big screen, and if you're watching at home as well, like there's just so many different vehicle classes out there this weekend, and we're actually going to go back down to the start line to talk with the Wildman crew with Rihanna.
And have a look at this crew back again at Finke. Shannon, the Wildman, and the entire family along for the ride. You're back again. What brings you back?
It's the 8th year of trying, so we made it there and back last year, and the year before was the big one, the big crash, so we learned a lesson from that.
And you've got the whole family here, but this year you're running with your son.
No, my brother. Last year I raced with my son and we made it there and back. The year before was daughter, and that's when we crashed.
And I'm not laughing because you're standing right here with a beautiful little baby to add to the crew. Kiara, you're on mum duties this weekend.
Yeah, got him. Nah, it's his first Fink, so pretty proud to watch my uncle and dad race this year, which will be good.
And Uncle Josh, you're in the car this year. How are you feeling about the weekend?
Oh, I'm feeling awesome. Very excited to jump in with my brother. First Fink we've done together. I've raced it previously on a bike, but never with him, so looking forward to the excitement.
Yeah, no, it's going to be great. You know, having family and friends to support you, that's what all Fink's all about, you know. That's why we love it. So.
And tell me a little bit about the preparation in the lead up to this weekend. Have you guys had a chance to do some running? How's the truck going? How are you guys feeling?
Oh, probably not as much as we'd like, but, you know, when are you ever ready for Fink? Like, it's just never ending. So, but it's good. That's why we love it.
And tell me about, you've got all your family. How many crew are involved with your team and who's doing all the work on the cars? How does it work?
Oh, everyone has a go. Whoever's available, really. Half the crew are already down partying down the track already. So.
Awesome. And what are you most looking forward to, just sharing this car with your brother?
Oh, just getting in, holding it on and having fun.
The best way to go about it. Thank you so much, guys. We can't miss you. You're all decked out. The whole crew's decked out. Give us a wave, everyone. We wish you all the best. Safe driving. Enjoy.
Have a great weekend.
Yeah, no, a great group of people, Dan.
The smiles, absolutely, it was infectious. You could see both of us up in the commentary tower just enjoying that interview. They're such a great family. They're so, it's just enjoyable to be around, and it's fantastic to see that. No, we're looking forward to calling them home again. And again, they talked about that brothers in the car. Like, you can only imagine the commentation and the comments and the funny stories that come out. And again, we talk about that, you know, the best stories will be 3 weeks later when the story's changed a little bit. It got a little tweaked up, and all of a sudden it's a good story around a fire, I can tell you that. So it's great to see them out here racing the Wildman crew, and yeah, again, it's great to see them come back after that big roll. It was a wild roll a couple of years ago there on the Fink 40K June. It's a very famous, you'd remember it now that I've said it, the orange truck doing the forward roll, that's them. And you know, they're back and they're still competing and they're still having a great time.
No, and it's great. Like that is the embodiment of Fink. It is family, it's friends, it's going out and having a great time with people you love. So it is awesome, man.
Well, Josh, the other thing I love that he said was, "Are you ever ready for Fink?" I bet you most people honestly feel like that. You know, there's still guys like, I mean, OBR, and they're one of the biggest teams in the sport right now, and you know they were still putting panels on and doing final adjustments like. Basically this afternoon. That's reality. So, you know, are you ever really ready for Fink? Nope, but Fink's here, so let's go and race.
No, exactly. And, tomorrow is really the day that kicks it all off. Like with the Method Race Wheels Prologue, we're going to put these vehicles in position for race day one and see where they end up. It's going to be interesting. Like we continue to say that word interesting. We say it every year because every year it is. It really, really is. It's so good to see. So many people out here, so many different competitors, and as we've been saying, like 50% are first timers. So that will also be another story to see how they all go.
Who do you think sits on top at the end of the weekend? Josh, are we going to call it a truck? Not the weekend, I mean prologue. Is it going to be a truck or a buggy?
Ooh, I think it's going to be a truck.
There you go. I like it.
Just because of how heavy it's going to be. I think they're going to need
in prologue.
Oh no, that's true. That's a good point, Dan. That is a good point.
I've got you really thinking, haven't I? Because there's some fantastic competitors there. I mean, I think Travis Robinson's going to be very fast. Shannon Wrench is going to be very fast. You know, there's going to be some guys there. Denny Brown, keep a good eye on him. That's Denny and Andy Brown. Andy in the four-wheel drive. You know, they've come off some really good positions. Habies. Like, when you start listing it, there's a solid number there. Brett Smoothie. Like, I mean, he's in the four-wheel drive. Mason. Obviously, OBR. Again, can't say that enough. Bo. He's very, very capable, very efficient. efficient, very ready. We got Billy Geddes in the Tisco truck, so, you know, he's going to be on the gas as well. So, you know, when you start thinking about it, there's a fair list there. You know, again, there's some sneakies in there. Can Kent Battle get up inside that position? Ryan Taylor's there as well. You know, there's going to be some very interesting positions there. Hey, even as we look at the 40, that's Daniel Hughes and Charlotte Hughes. They're out of Gladstone in that vehicle. I was going to say I could have picked that by the McCosker on the side of it. Local family, bit of CQ talent.
Yeah, no, and like the Montesalvo twins as well. Like we forget about them. They're out here this weekend. They're in a pro buggy, which is going to be interesting.
Gee, I did not realise that. So they've got a 7-litre in that Illumicraft now. That's very interesting to see them step up to the pro buggy because they were obviously competitive a little while ago in the... Were they in Pro Light or Sport Light? They were in Sport Light, weren't they?
I believe it was Sport Light, yeah.
So they've moved up into a pro car, and it's interesting because we haven't even seen them here, although I believe that we're in a position soon that we're going to have a chat to the Patriot crew. But, you know, very interesting. Interestingly here, we were talking about how many of these... When they came out, again, they were a Thorn-built vehicle, and you could buy them as a roller, like these Commodore-based trophy utes or trophy trucks. You know, they were quite a popular thing. Brucey Muir ran one for many years, that yellow one. I haven't seen it for a little while. I think the Muirs do run a couple of them. This might even be the other one, 481 in a different colour scheme. But again, beautifully turned out vehicle.
We forget about Brad Gallard as well. He's in the field.
I'm not sure he's here this weekend.
Okay,
I looked. I don't want to say I don't know, but I haven't seen anything, and two, when I scrolled the list, the internet list is slightly different. And the reason, Josh, I'll bring it up so all of you guys are aware too. Like that still says that Billy Geddes is racing Hellboy out of it, and that's not true. I know that. So unfortunately, there will be some changes that have happened. Billy, unfortunately, was getting ready with the Hellboy truck and just didn't quite get finished wiring in time. I believe old mate actually broke his leg or something like that and couldn't wire the car, unfortunately. So that's why Billy's not driving his own car. And then because of that situation that arose, luckily Brett Comiskey had a spare truck and said, hey, why don't you come and do one leg in my truck? So he's actually driving the Toby Price Tisco car, which is pretty cool. Again, 2-wheel drive truck, TSCO, got a Dugan 6-litre in it.
There it is.
So, yeah. Comiskey and Geddes in that car, and I tell you what, that's going to be a beautiful car to watch. The one thing I will say again, I hope I'm not giving too many games away, but just something to consider whether the boys are trying to look after it a little bit more. I do know that it's got a older motor in it. It's not a fresh built. It is literally just picked up off Toby Price and changed to Comiskey colours, and they're going to run this truck. So it'll just be interesting to see whether that becomes something. But interesting too, hey, look, still running the double spares, running the drive shaft on the back of it. So got all the bits and pieces on it, obviously in a position where, you know, like if you needed to stop and spin a tail shaft into it, you could do that and be in that position. And again, beautifully turned out vehicle. I mean, there is nothing quite as beautiful as a full carbon trophy truck, is there?
Oh, no.
And again, the Masons are the same. They're beautiful. They are engineering masterpieces. In front of it is that 834, and the reason it runs that number is due to the fact that it's a four-wheel drive Brenthal trophy truck. This one actually came in, Josh, with a turbo big block in it, I believe, and it ran as an experimental type car for a couple of times, and then they changed it over to a full Class 8. So this now has a compliant, I don't want to quote, but it's either a 6 or 7 litre motor. I'm sure Comiskey or Billy will tell us at some point, but it's got a compliant motor, which then turns it into a Class 8 car.
Yeah, okay.
Not that, you know, again, I think it was called... It wasn't experimental. I'm sure someone will pick me up on it, you know, but it was essentially along those lines. It was like just out there doing a demonstration sort of thing, and it was a beautiful piece of gear. They ran it in America, and that's awesome to see. So that truck, very fast. Actually, you can see it's got a 3 on the side of it. So those guys actually ran. Now that I say that, I think that they actually got the points in the old truck, though, which is now that West Lime car, which Billy actually texted me and said it was also the ex-Paul Wheel car as well. So the car has had a few owners, and it is very competitive. It's done a lot of good work and a lot of good time, and so it's going to be great to see how those West Lime competitors can do it, because again, great family of racers that I believe are going to really, they've got the right equipment, and that's going to be a great thing for them.
Yeah, no, definitely. And back onto the bike side of things as well. Like, there's so many bike competitors that we've had a look at, and we've spoken to a couple of them so far, and a couple of the females as well. And it's just like there's so many names.
Well,
like,
I tell you another thing to consider that I just think, Josh, which is interesting, is when Toby Price turned up in 2010, no one knew who Toby Price was. They can all say they knew who he was, but they probably don't know the story about riding a privateer Kawasaki and meeting a guy called Ben Grabham, and then Ben Grabham saying, hey, come and do some desert racing with us. Like, when he turned up in 2010, no one said, hey, Toby Price is going to win Fink. You know, I'm sure some of the insiders had at least an idea of how fast he was, but, you know, the average man didn't know the name. So, you know, what's interesting about that is that are we looking at a possibility that, and we're always looking at a possibility, that there's a guy that we don't know their names just yet, and they're going to be the next big thing in desert racing, a young 19, 20-year-old, you know, ex-motocross guy, strapping young lad that wants a change of pace. And, you know, I think Toby's story is essentially that they said, you know, motocross, you know, you need to change it up a bit. Like, if motocross is not for you, I don't know if not for you is the right word. I think he can ride pretty much anything. But you know what I'm saying is they said, oh, well, you know, after this damage that you're incurring with your arms and your legs and everything else, how about we have a look at desert racing? And the rest, they say, is history.
Oh, yeah.
The first Australian Dakar winner, the multi-time Australian Fink champ, and now the first Mexican Baja 500 winner.
And what an initiative from Paul Wheel to get that thing out there after everything that went wrong. Like, they had a truck burned to the ground out over there, and he
Josh,
just kept going.
Now that you say that, that's another thing that cannot be understated. Yeah. If you don't underwear, like, one, Paul Wheel drove that truck at Baja and come across the finish line. So it wasn't like Toby did the whole thing on himself. Paul Wheel is a talented wheelman himself.
Oh, yeah.
And then the flip side of that is when you start talking about, you know, the off-road racing thing with Craig Lowndes, you know, in those safari days, he was with Paul Wheel. Like, you know, the Paul Wheel's an accomplished V8 supercar driver. It's not like he's just a Johnny-come-lately, never heard of this guy before. Like, I mean, the guy is a legend. He can wheel anything, including a motocross bike. So, you know, it's crazy to think that the level of competition that's now stepping up and up and up every time, you know, we talk about these. And really a lot of it has been driven by this sprint race that we know as Fink. You know, I think a lot of the speed has come from that takes you to Baja. If you can then back it off, come back off that 11 tenths, you know, the Australians have now proved that we've got the pace both on motorbikes and in, you know, in four-wheel drives to take, in trophy trucks to take it to a world stage, which is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, no, and it is. And to see Australia over there doing what they're doing is absolutely amazing. And what Paul's done with that team, and to get Australian racing, like off-road racing, into their scene has been phenomenal. So, and you look at the Lovell team in that production four-wheel drive car with the Ford Ranger Raptor, like, that's another thing that you tend to forget about. Like, that thing is going to be on song this weekend, and like we said earlier, like that Ford v Chevy this weekend is going to be very, very interesting to see how it plays out on dirt. We've seen a lot of it on the road course, but yeah, now we get to see it on the dirt, and that's going to be very, very fun to see. As well as just all the storylines, the like Braham. And Brad coming over from the States, they are heavily involved in racing over there in the States. And they actually went and did the Baja and won that in class with the team over there when they were racing that Raptor. And it's great. And, like, look at this thing, the 437.
Yeah, that is a wild bit of gear indeed. Another Geyser Brothers truck.
Jake Williams and Kevin Williams, I believe, out of Victoria, in that Geyser Brothers truck. Very nicely presented.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful truck. No question about that. So cool to see that truck out there as well.
Another one of those Geyser Brothers out in force.
Yeah, now listen, I'm sure I'll get this wrong too, and I'll get some text that I'm cool with that, but that kind of feels like it might be the ex-Bo Robinson.
It looks it. But then again, the Geysers, they have that lovely look about them.
Oh, yeah, they've got a very unique body style, and again, they're very competitive over the years here. Again, great-looking truck. if you're going to buy a trophy truck, you're not doing too bad if you end up with a Geyser. That's a pretty solid run. And again, we talk about these Gymcos, like if you're a pro buggy guy and, you know, there's a lot of fantastic brands out there, but if you land your backside in a Gymco, you're not going too far wrong. Again, solid vehicles, solid pro car. There's a lot of nice ones out there now, though, even different brands. Like, again, we were talking about the Lumicraft before. Lumicraft is a beautiful vehicle. If you guys get the chance, if you're wandering around there right now, I'm telling you, go and have a look at the 42. Go and have a look at the 842. That's the Browns. They run a tight ship, and it's a beautiful car. And particularly the 842, that four-wheel drive, so it's got a front diff in a pro car, in a pro buggy. I think it's going to be one to watch, particularly if the conditions are, you know, thick in the sand and you're dragging them out of the you know, the dense sand. Maybe that four-wheel drive might be a great advantage, especially in something that's still, you know, again, I'm guessing, but let's call a spade a spade. These pro buggies are probably under 2 ton. I mean, a light two-wheel drive one's probably around 1450, you know, 1,500 kilos without a driver in it. You know, once you go to a trophy truck, you're talking about 2.5 ton. So another ton to move, and if we've all got the same 7-litre motor or the same turbo 6 in it, well, I'll take the lesser ton anytime, you know. It's going to be very interesting. So, but I guess the flip side is that's what makes those trophy trucks so good is they sit down in the whoops, they drive through, they've got that constant traction, you know. Very interesting. Again, I'm thinking about all the options here this weekend and all the cars here and just how many options there is. That this could be a very competitive year. The more you see cars up and down the list, the more you go, oh, I forgot that was here. Oh, I forgot that was here. Oh. So I think it is very cool to see all the competitors. And again, we talk about these side-by-sides, the pros and the sports. You know, that's a competition within itself. There's 30-odd side-by-side pros out there racing with the turbos, big modified suspension, you know, different wheelbase, all that great stuff that they've got. And, you know, again, I tell that story, like, James Cook, when he was in a side-by-side, was running pro buggy and pro truck style numbers. You know, he won an Australian national level event outright. Now, you can say what you want, like maybe the track favoured the side-by-side a little bit more because it was a tighter track, but that doesn't change the fact that at a national level event, a side-by-side had a number 1, stood atop. And now that man, James Cook, is now in a Get Pro buggy. Very excited to see. He now has the horsepower, the suspension, the vehicle. James Cook's going to be one to look out for.
Yeah, no, and with the side-by-sides, it'll be interesting to see if any of them can get under that magic if they can get under that magic 2-hour mark, which will be very, very interesting because like we saw, James was an absolute monster in that side-by-side and he was pushing some of the best cars out there. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how it all pans out.
Absolutely it is, mate. Hey, now listen, we were talking about him just before and it's going to be great to hear from this family. We're going to throw down to the Patriot crew and hear about how their think's going so far.
Thanks, guys. Well, I'm here with Justin Montisalvo from the Patriot campers, twin sons, Christian and Ashton as well. You did this last year. You got there. You got back. You've brought the whole family back again.
Yeah. Oh, look, I think for us is like it's Christmas for us, or it's probably better than Christmas for us. You know, it's something we get to do as a family, and my brother obviously navigates for me, and then I've got my 2 boys who are obviously brothers, identical twins, racing in their 10 car, and it's a family event, and we wouldn't miss it.
And in the last 12 months, what have you had to do to get ready for these 12 months? What changes have been made? I know the truck's had some upgrades.
Yeah, look, we've really, for the 10 car, we've been kind of focusing on the 10 car the past couple of races. We're trying to get the boys a championship this year, and I think they're capable of doing it, you know, after the results from Finke last year. So we haven't made a lot of changes to the 10 car, but the truck, we've made a couple of changes. Gene Towler, a really good friend of mine from Get Performance in California, California, who actually built the truck over in California in Riverside. He's out here this year supporting the truck, and he's teaching us a few tricks, and we're trying to dial the thing in a little bit more so we can have a better run than we did last year.
And boys, what was your biggest takeaway from last year that you've sort of been working on in the last 12 months, getting you ready for this Fink?
Yeah, so every time we go out to race, we are always learning something new about. We're always learning something new about what the car can and can't do. So we've just been mainly over the last 12 months just learning the car more. We haven't made any changes to it, but it's just a seat time is key here. Yeah.
And chasing a championship and back here for Fink again, what's your biggest focus to get out of the race this weekend?
The biggest focus for us is going to be a consistency and being more intelligent with the lines that you take with all of the mud and the water out there, because it can very much so ruin your race. So just being I'm more intelligent and thinking about what you're going to do before you actually go and do it.
Perfect. And that's the big challenge we're going to have this weekend, is that there's been a lot of rain. There's still water on the track. The cars are going to go through and cause a bit of chaos out there. What are you expecting?
Look, it's going to be really interesting. I think Prologue's going to tell the story tomorrow. There's a lot of water out there that's going to catch a lot of guys out, and not specifically because they're a good or a bad driver. I think when that adrenaline starts pumping, if you can't really calm the nerves tomorrow and you take an inside line and you come into one of those water puddles, that can be Prologue over, and then that's going to set up the race. I think we're going to see a very, very staggered field this year. I think come race day on Sunday, because of those Prologue results, the little four-wheel drives, the Can-Ams and the Polarises are going to be very, very quick around this track this year. So that field being so staggered, but then having no dust on the track is that's going to give the opportunity for the big. This is a truck race this year. That track, I've been coming out to Fink for 10 years. I've never seen that track that rough. I've never ever seen it look like that. The holes out there at the moment, they're 40-inch tyre territory, So with that staggered field, it's going to be a really, really interesting race on Sunday. And then it's the same deal. You see where you place on Sunday, and then on Monday when we head home, it's time to head back.
And last year, you had a bit of an accident going out. You still managed to place 9th though. So talk us through last year's race.
Yeah, last year was we had a really, really good run in the truck. We had an amazing run in the truck all the way down, and at about kilometre 160, I ran out of talent, and I flipped the car, put upside down on its lid. We lost about 20 minutes, and we turned it back over and got it back into Fink, made a few repairs, and then we just sent it on the way home. We ended up coming in 9th outright, which was amazing. But I mean, these guys, third in class, they were leading for most of the race. They blew a tyre 5 kilometres out of Fink, out of Alice Springs. They ended up coming in third. So at the end of the day, the track decides, Fink decides.
And it's all about how you handle the race there and the race back. It's strategic. It's not just about getting out there and flooring it and losing control, which is what a lot of people, I think, come out here and expect from desert racing, is that chaos.
Yeah.
Just give us a little bit of a story behind Patriot Campers. I want to get,
what am I trying to tell here? So we've been building trailers since 2013, 14? Yeah. 13, and so over the last couple years, what our main fun thing to do has been coming out here racing, which is also tying well at the whole off-road scene which Patriot Campers is in. So yeah, mainly coming out to Fink. This is the best week of the year for all of us. Very fun. So just getting keen to get on the track.
Better than Christmas, and that's why we're all here. It's a great weekend to get there to Fink and get back to Alice Springs. We'll have to keep an eye out for Patriot Campers.
So great to catch up with the Patriot Campers family and another few familiar faces here at the start-finish line. In the trophy truck, we've got Billy Geddes and Brett Comiskey. Now, Billy, this truck has a bit of a story about it.
Yeah, it is. It's a hell of a car, and good mate of mine put it together with the guys in the States, and good shock package from SDG, and so it's been around, and anyway, we were waiting to get our car ready, and a guy hurt his knee wiring our truck, so we had our nominations in with an old car of ours that we've been running for a long time, and anyway, he broke his knee. I said, you didn't need to wire a car, pal, and he reckons he does. So anyway, we're out, and I rung him for a whinge. And I said, yeah, I'm out, mate, can't go. And he's like, oh, I just raced one of mine. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, I just bought Toby's. I'm like, you want to run it? I'm like, yeah, hell yeah, great idea. Got to hang up the phone. I'm like, shit, what have I done?
So when you say you just brought Toby's, we're talking Toby Price.
Yeah.
Multiple champion here at King of the Desert, and this is his former truck.
Yeah, we call him Tony Rice too, by the way. But it is. It's a hell of a truck, and like he's got a good track record with it. I've only driven it sort of 20 odd K down on a bit of country just out of town here, and it goes really well. So yeah, it should be fine.
Goes really well, so the pressure's on. Brett, you have got a very busy weekend. You're actually doing 2 races in 2 different cars.
Yeah, why not? Got the opportunity. So, look, we need track time. We need some learning with the new cars. The 834 that I'm driving is new. It hasn't had too many good outings in the past, so I'm coming here to get some good data and hopefully try and move up the ladder a bit.
So you're racing this one down and that one back, or how's it working?
834 will go down with me, and then 434 will come back with me. So I can get some good data on both cars then, and it's good that I get to share it with Billy. That's one of the first people I come out here to Finke with, so yeah.
Billy, I just love the stories of Finke and the people that it brings together, friends, family, mates from all over the country. What's so special about Finke for you?
I think it's just the challenge of it, and like we don't come and do this because it's easy. We do it because it's difficult, and sometimes I think we need our head read. But like you come out and you keep doing it because it's difficult and a challenge, and you're around other people that are like-minded. And yeah, I think it's the best thing. Like I just love off-road because of that same camaraderie, and like we're all friends until we pull our helmets on and then let it go.
Then it gets serious. Brett, you were just telling me that you've wrangled work colleagues, mates from all over the place that are all racing here this weekend. Just give us a bit of background of just, how many people are involved from your point of view?
I think it's about 15 involved in us. Now that we've got my business partner Brendan and his young fella Kai's racing the car beside us here. So we've got him in here, our BDM's out here, he races bikes. We've got our plant managers out here, he races a Polaris Pro R. Les races a Polaris, so you don't get a job with us unless you're motor and sport orientated, that's for sure.
Billy, you're an expert in this field. So for those who are first-timers to Finke, just give me one piece of advice, one tip for those people.
Oh, get past the 30K. Yeah, no, honestly, anyone on bikes out there, just get through that first bit. Like, that's the thing that bites you. I lost a good mate of mine here in 08. I wished I could have talked to him at that time for the same reasons. Like, just get past that 30K and keep yourself, clear ahead, and then yeah, the rest is pretty, it's not easy, but it becomes a bit easier.
Wise words from a wise mind. Thank you so much, guys. Stay safe out there. Enjoy, and we look forward to seeing you on the back.
Thanks, heaps.
Thank you.
Josh, Billy Geddes, professional. I don't know about this. I think there's some tall stories happening here. No, it's fantastic to see those guys out and racing. It is a great community that, again, that Comiskey Mining Services and everyone involved in that. Again, Kai Camilleri, we talked about that. He was very strong in the side-by-sides, and now to step up and go into the off-road racing in a pro car, going to be very exciting to see those guys and Brett Comiskey. Oh, gentlemen, you could tell stories for months about Brett Comiskey and about the way that he handles himself. I remember actually, it was probably pretty common knowledge, Billy came out and actually blew a motor up. I believe it was pre-running or something along those lines. And, Brett Comiskey at the time basically said, what do we need to do? I'll fly a motor in to keep this thing racing. That's the kind of guy that he is. So, he's passionate about his sport. He's owned most of the cars that are on the field here right now. I actually got a text from Josh Curran, my brother, sitting at home, and he was saying, he reminded me, I was a bit wrong. The Brenthal never had the turbo motor. The the racer trophy truck that he had the turbo big block in it. So, and Phil Lovett actually owns that truck and is racing that now. So, you know, again, Comiskey's sort of owned most of the cars on the grid here if they're a trophy truck. He's had his fair hand in side-by-sides as well, so it's very cool to see. And again, some beautifully turned out vehicles here this weekend. Again, we're seeing plenty of solid trophy truck field, sort of making me question about what I think will be the top positions here this weekend. And again, we haven't even got to those magic black cars up the back, the 13 and the 413, although the 13 this weekend is running, or should be running, a 1. Trav Robinson off a championship win last year, which was fantastic for him. And again, Bo with a good position. He's had a lot of really solid positions now in the Mason two-wheel drive. I know he loves that truck. It's interesting because I really thought that you'd see him go to a four-wheel drive. I believe, again, don't quote me, but I believe that he's at least spent a drive or a little bit of seat time in Brett Smoothie's truck, and he hasn't gone that way yet. I wonder if in Australia it's a point now that it's still a lighter truck. You know, you've got to have all that stuff to service the front. You know, again, these trucks over in America that are the full-size Masons, you know, they're really starting to get up to 6,000 pounds, you know, which is, you know, three ton sort of thing, you know, starting to get up there. So, you know, whether that is an advantage at Fink, I know you need the traction, and I know a lot of people are now talking about these trophy trucks running the double spares. I know Toby talked about it, like he qualified with his spares on, and the reason that he did that was for drive. So, you know, like there's some people that take their spares off for prologue, you know, and then they have some traction style issues with those trophy trucks. You know, they need that cantilevered style weight to make a move. Again, I don't profess to be an expert. I'm just spitting things that I've heard around the campfire. So it's interesting to hear those conversations happen, to see. I guess we'll find out tomorrow when they line up. Will, you know, what cars have spares, what are running super light, what are on, like you said, lower tyre, you know, smaller tyre set. Because now down the Fink track, it's not uncommon for these pro buggies and pro trucks to be right up to like 37, 39-inch tyres, and even 40-inch tyres have been on trophy trucks here before. So that's a crazy tyre size that, you know, it wasn't so long ago a big pro car was on 35s. Yeah. Now, you know, you heard Patriot talk about that with 40s. Now, the other thing that we have to mention there, talking about the Patriots and jumping back to them, clearly the 1088 is still a sports light. Not sure what's going on in that program. It did catch me off guard, and the reason it caught me off guard is obviously that it's not correct. Yeah, no. They are running a sports light car. That's why it's got a 1088 on it. Doesn't have a 7-litre in it. It's either a great joke by Patriot or a great joke by the Fink printers, but either way, that's the story. The 1088 is a sports light, and that makes a lot of sense. It is a fantastic class. You know, it's very, very competitive. It is very fast, and, you know, probably still teaches you a lot of that, you know, driving lessons that, you know, you want to bring through. You know, it's like back when you ride a 125, you know, coming through motocross, you had to learn how to get that corner speed on the 125, and that made you a great pro rider, you know. You don't want to skip too many steps. You don't want to jump on the 450 straight away. So it's interesting to see that. And, mate, look at that. The beautiful carbon weave and that fresh paint job on the OBR truck. Absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, it definitely is. You've got a couple of fans or crew having a look at that vehicle just there, and look at that, the number 2. We forget about Brandel as well.
Well, the crazy thing about that is Mel Brandel's car is a Pro Light, which is absolutely amazing. Again, that Illumicraft setup, got all those big, look at those, for all of you guys at home, how much I hope you're enjoying. You can see those big bypass tubes, the remote reservoirs, the shock absorbers on these things. You know, Fox are now down a path that they're going, and I believe King are doing the same, that, you know, you can now do live valving. There's a Christian Paul or whatever his name is, you know, like he's got videos on YouTube showing you, you know, about some of the technology. He doesn't tell you anything about it. I wouldn't be telling anyone either, but, you know, they basically got tunable shocks on the fly with multiple settings now. Now, I'm not saying any of these guys are running it yet, but I think that that's a technology that's coming soon. And again, these Fox guys and the SDG guys are right onto it. And yeah, Brett Taylor in the loose cannon car,
That's young Rory.
Rory Taylor. Yes.
Yeah, that's young Rory Taylor. He's one to watch. He's been chasing the local championship this year with Cam McDonald and for Loose Cannon Light. These guys and with Central Desert Transport supporting them as well. It's a car to watch. And then the 93. We haven't seen that one yet either.
No, and we got to talk about that. That's Aaron James
yep.
with the single, or it was set up as a single seater. Look at the shock reservoirs and fin tubes. Holy moly, that's a big car. Yep. And that's the car that came. It came in second with just a single driver. The 431 is there as well, which is beautifully turned.
Brett's car.
Yes, the 617, beautifully turned out car. Little side by side turbo car. Again, there's plenty of Can-Ams and Polaris XPs. Again, I haven't seen the Honda Talon yet, but hopefully it's back as well. Interestingly, looking over there further, there's a long wheelbase Pro XP as well. So that's another interesting one in the American scene. Like a lot of them guys, a lot of people from over in America are running the longer wheelbase cars or like some sort of mid-length wheelbase car. Unfortunately, I believe with Australian rules, we don't go to a full chassis car yet. So, you know, you either got to decide on the 2-seater or the 4-seater. That's the, you know, the bounds of it.
Yeah, no, and just the R&D again in these side-by-sides, they've come up ridiculously through
Well, I was just going to point out, Josh, Greg Campbell's car was back there as well, so I wonder if Lockie Campbell's driving that. The 69 now, this looks like an Ursig car. This will be a Honey Badger. Definitely has a very unique Luke Ursig look. Yep, that's the logo, the EC Ursig Engineering. So, yeah, the Honey Badger is out and about. There's a couple of these here.
Yeah, okay.
So I believe that, so the 69 will be Ben McNamara out of South Australia. Again, the Honey Badger cars, a lot of them come out of South Australia. Ursigs from down that way. Interesting. Have a look, guys, at the trailing arm design. A little bit different there compared to a normal Pro buggy. They actually run a 5-link style suspension, which some would argue would make them a better handling car on the fast tracks and bits and pieces like that. But again, there's a couple of these Ursig cars here. Trevor Chandler in the 37 also has one. And so it'll be interesting to see how those guys go with the Ursig built cars. Again, fantastic competitors. Again, the 69. Great turned out car. Again, very unique look for a Pro buggy. They also run those as a sports light and a pro light as well. Again, we're back with Lander's car, the Wild Man.
Awesome to see the livery on that vehicle as well. Do believe that is designed by his daughter. So, yeah, family affair once again, and having a look at the roll cage and some of the working on this one.
Do you know what sort of vehicle that is?
I don't know
that's right.
particularly, yeah.
I'm just having a look. It's an old Trophy Tuck desert truck. It doesn't say. I just wonder if it's not an older Mason, or whether it's an Australian-built frame. But either way, it'd be interesting to know the history of that truck completely. What did they say? About 10 years they've been desert, or 8 years or something. They said they've been desert racing. Motorbikes as well. That's normally where it starts. Start riding with a motorbike.
Oh, yep. And ladies and gentlemen out in the crowd here in Alice Springs, if you are the owner of some Dodge Ram keys that have unfortunately been misplaced.
I'll take a Dodge Ram.
Hey, I would too. But
I'm the owner. No.
Yeah, but if you have lost any keys, we do have one of our Finke officials down near the front of our vehicles at the start of the scrutineering out near the gate here under the start-finish line. There's an official down there. If you're missing Dodge Ram keys, go and see our officials down there.
Hey, now getting back to these amazing images of the race cars. Again, look at the tubed finned reservoirs on these things. They are the big King Kong 4.5s by Kings. And again, you see those remote reses. They actually have tubed fins, almost like a computer would, to try to dissipate the heat. It's amazing that these shocks are running these sort of things. And again, this is the 21. It is Mark Burrows, and he's in the Monk-built car. So another Australian-built car, which is super cool. And again, Mark Burrows, let's call it the original automotive king of the desert, because he was the first one ever to beat the motorbikes. So the original king. So very cool to see Mark Burrows, and pretty much from that stage on, vehicles have always won the overall. So I know there's been a couple of times where they're very close. I mean, David Walsh and Toby Price and a few of them have definitely put a bit of pressure on the time every now and then. But I tell you what, at this point, it has been automotive's overalls. However, there is a king of the desert in both classes, as well as, within classes, we crown them on Monday night at the casino, Josh.
Yes.
What a spot. It is
It's
iconic.
awesome. Yep.
There's nothing like... How many people would be there? Is it, I'm told 400, 500? It's massive, hey? Bigger?
Dude, I think it's bigger because every time I've been, it's always been a line to get something to drink and something to eat. But hey, that's how it works. There's that many people there. But my funnest thing is heading into the casino after and, getting to hang out with your Jack Simpsons and your David Walshes and stuff like that and have a good time celebrating and hearing those stories that you hear over the weekend. It's awesome, and thanks to Lassiter's for helping us out with that as well.
I was going to say, I had 2 seconds think about that, and logically I'm way off because, there's 650, 700 competitors.
Yes.
Then they've got their families, then they've got their friends, then they've got their, then they've got their pit crew.
Yep.
So now that I think about it, that number is
probably
very short.
Yeah, I'd say close to 1,000, even more in there. But it is so great, and once you get in there, the camaraderie in that room it's absolutely amazing. It's so much fun to be able to finally wind down after the weekend and enjoy it.
Now, Josh, this is one of these element cars built by the Habies out of South Australia. Again, some great cars coming out of Australia, which is absolutely amazing. And again, what a beautifully turned out vehicle, the 919. And again, crazy to think that the Habies have got, with these element cars, they've got, I can count 5 off the top of my hand in this competition this weekend. So I think that's going to be cool to see. Particularly Aaron and Carl are very, very fast competitors. They like going very fast. Royden Bailey loves going fast. Kent Battle loves going fast. And I apologise, I don't know off the top of my head who the 919... Well, it's Jared Percival, and I'm pretty confident if he owns an element, he likes going fast.
Yep.
Likes going fast and likes hitting big whoops. So I think that's something that you've got to do to have an element. So it's going to be exciting to see that car. And I tell you what, if anyone's looking for a very fast race car, again, I've given you some good options here.
Yep.
Go and chat to the boys from Element, and they'll hook you up with a good Australian car.
Having a look at the 255, the Weir machine has been out at the Alice Springs Off-Road Club. He had a bit of an excursion. Yes, thanks for the light, Timmy. We appreciate that, mate. Yep, show us what you got there. Oh, no, probably not then. But yes, no, this car is very, very good. Thank you to the mother of...
For your rabbits?
For the rabbits.
Very good. I tell you what, an interesting steering wheel design too. Is that blues up?
I think so.
If you've got yellow up, you're doing something wild? Is that how that works?
Yep, then we got the DeBrenny machine there. That's another Alice local car. And
I
in the
tell you what,
background there.
that Commodore is nearly a collector's item now.
Oh, yes.
That's probably worth a bit of money right there.
Yep, LS powered, the DeBrenny machine. It's absolutely awesome. This thing had a bit of an incident at the end of last year's off-road scene here in Alice. So it's been great to see this car back up and racing again. And it's a father and son team in this one.
You've got to explain this thing to me. Is that a front diff with no pumpkin in it to make it a Class 5?
Yep.
So what chassis is under that thing? Do you know?
No, I don't particularly know. I've got to see, that's the thing. I'm a local boy.
This is amazing.
It is a very, very, very good machine, and it's been put together, by the DeBrennys. So, no, it's awesome.
I tell you what, this is the only thing that I miss about being in the commentary boxes. I'm not down there having a look at this weapon of a bit of gear, because I tell you what, for a VS Commodore, that is a classic. Got the flares on it, got all the action happening. Oh, looks easy access to the spare. I'm liking this.
No, yeah, it's a definitely well turned out machine. And sounds the goods as well with that LS in it. And we saw behind that there was the number 33 was of Shannon Wrench. So great to see that car back out here, multiple time champion as well.
Yes, absolutely.
So it'll be very interesting to see how he tracks this weekend as we continue to have a look at our awesome vehicles and keep this party rolling here at the start-finish line. We're going to quickly have a break up here in the comms box. We'll be back very shortly.
Concrete is one of the world's most relied upon materials. It is all around us. It builds our homes, our infrastructure, and industrial developments. It builds our communities and where we grow. Adbri's Futurecrete
good was that, Josh? We had a prime seat. The's no question about that. Those fireworks, won't lie, caught us a little bit off guard, but wow, what a great view. That was some really good action, I can tell you that. So I tell you what, it is amazing. Again, the action is really coming thick and fast here at Scrutineering Night at 2024 Finke Desert Race. It is always exciting.
Yeah, we're going to go back down to the start-finish line for another interview with one of our competitors.
All right, well, I'm here with Ben Falk and Johnny O'Connor. This isn't your first time doing Finke, but second or third time together?
Yeah, second time for me and Johnny together, and ran a Can-Am here last year, and we've stepped it up to the Pro Light this year, so looking forward to it.
In terms of that change, you mentioned earlier in the week you've had a few goes up and down the track. How prepared is the car? What is the difference between driving the two?
The Pro Light will take the bumps a lot more than what a Can-Am will, so just mindset adjustment really to what we can hit, to how fast we can hit it compared to a Can-Am. So.
And you've actually done it a few more times, so how well are you going to be able to navigate Ben down the other end and make sure you guys get back?
Yeah, we've put in a fair bit of preparation, go up and down, getting good notes and stuff, so we can push hard down and give it hammer and tongs on the way home.
And going out there through the week, there's been a bit of rain out here. What's your take on it?
It'll make it a lot faster. The first 30 Ks, no dust, that's vital. If you're not in the top 20 and you're in 30-second intervals, having no dust will be real good to catch people, good racing.
And for you, I mean, how much more taxing is it to be able to navigate through those sort of conditions?
Yeah, no, it should be good. So we run full pace notes. So John calls every corner that we've got there, and we've been up and down the Ford Raptor this week. So we've done a fair few runs up and back. So we should be dialed.
And where do you reckon you guys are going to sit, Sunday heading into Monday?
Somewhere in the top 20 would be nice.
No, that's what we always go for, and obviously there's huge talk this weekend now that Toby's not here, who's going to become the new king of the desert. So it's really open to anyone at the moment. How, how much sort of pace do you think can be out there with that sort of damper road?
Yeah, no, with the dampness, it should be good. Keeps the dust down. So the last round at Pooncarry, which round one, it was very dusty, so it was hard through the tree line and along there. But with the rain we've had, should be good. So.
Perfect. Well, I'll let you guys get through tonight. Get up early. I know you've got a 5:45 start in the morning for prologue. We're all going to be up bright and early. Tomorrow really sets the pace for the rest of the weekend, heading into Sunday. But I'll head back up to you guys, and we'll chat to you in a little bit.
It's interesting, Josh, because it's probably difficult because when you ask somebody like that, they probably don't want to put the jinx on themselves, No, exactly. You don't want to really wish too much about positions. You just got to, suck it and see a little bit and see what happens in that conditions. And again, that is interesting about that, dust, and they're thinking that it's going to be a little less of a concern because, again, down about 20 Ks out, every competitor will know this, but where you get down into those creek crossings and there's some trees, really, when it's dusty, it is beyond miserable. You're looking at the tops of the trees trying to work out where the road goes. Really probably doesn't matter how good your pace notes are. You're struggling. We've seen some big competitors. I think that was Burrows was one of them that put it into the trees there one year, and like some guys that it has taken some big guns out in that dust. So it's interesting, and it'll be interesting because, again, if that weather has settled down a bit, the dust has settled down a bit, that racing to the 30 to the 40 Ks, because honestly, again, as they just said there, if you're not in the top 20, even the top 10, honestly, the first 60 kilometres, you are really off the gas for a long period of time, and those seconds just tick away. And then to have to catch those seconds, especially when you're talking about catching a guy like Toby Price, Bo Robinson, Trav Robinson, they don't give you seconds to catch. It doesn't exist. So therefore it becomes a big issue, and that's why Prologue is such a big game. And I tell you what, that's what's happening tomorrow. I don't know if you're, I know you're excited. It's going to be so amazing because what's happening tomorrow is the Method Prologue. It's going to be a huge day. It is going to set the tone of the entire weekend. We're going to know from the motorbike riders to the vehicles who's set to full kill, who's going all out. We've seen the likes of it. I know we keep mentioning, but, Travis and Bo Robinson came through the area out there on 2 wheels one year, and then I think he either top qualified or was second. It was so close. Anyway, the moral of the story that, it is just, you're not set to 11 tenths. I reckon that most of these guys are set to 14 or 15 tenths. It's not, it is wreckers or checkers. It is as simple as that in Prologue here. It's now become a game of, seconds or split seconds, and, the difference between, and it is honest, the difference between 4 seconds can be the difference between you being in, say, 6th out of the gate in the morning or 14th. It's that. It is that vital. So, we're going to see some guys really wicked up here and have a really good crack, and it's going to be the same on the motorbikes. You heard them say, even with the dust being much better than it was, I think that you're going to find that it's going to be, really important that they actually make up that time and, have that great starting position. But I tell you what, the key there is, Josh, that all the festivities of tonight are just about to wrap up.
Yep.
I know we're going to wrap up in the commentary box. We've had the fireworks. We've had the great night. It gets serious from here.
Oh, yeah, it definitely does. So we'll be back tomorrow morning. I believe the first car off the line gets off at around about 8 o'clock. So get ready for our stream tomorrow if you're not here in the... So we're streaming from 7:30. I just got that in me ears thanks to the awesome production crew.
And that's Central Time, so
yes,
all
Central.
you Queenslanders get up early?
So Central time will be live from 7:30, giving you the rundown into Prologue, and it's going to be so exciting. We'll start off with the side-by-sides to make our way through to the Pro Buggies, but it's going to be an awesome event, and it's brought to you by Method Race Wheels. We cannot wait to come back here tomorrow and get into it. My name's been Joshua Grayling for tonight, and alongside me has been Dan Curran. It's been absolutely amazing. We're going to throw down to our house to say goodnight.
Just about wraps everything up here for Scrutineering for the 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Thank you so much to Josh, Dan and Jeremy who have been in commentary all evening. You've been out and about chatting to all of the people that are involved in this weekend's event. David Walsh, the local hometown hero, going for his 5th. You had a chance to speak to him. What are you thinking? What are you feeling?
Look, I think he could probably do it again. We've seen him perform over the last 4 years. He's going for that 5th back-to-back, a equal record, and I think he's fully capable of doing it. He also told me he's got a brand new bike, so it's the latest model KTM. He's kitted up, he's ready to go, and I mean, it means a lot to him. So he's going to give it his all getting there and obviously getting back as well. And there's a few, like, wandering around, it's always listening to those really interesting stories. We've got that whole opening now in the car category with Toby Price not in it this year. So there's a few, people in the top 10 there that are going to be battling for that spot. But there's also, the family stories. We've had the Patriot campers who, 2 brothers and then also their twin sons as well. So everyone getting out there and just, they're the stories that drive Finke, and half the everyone competing is a first timer. I think that's wild, but also goes to show how important this is as a bucket list item.
Yeah, absolutely. Finke fever has definitely hit Alice Springs, and as we wrap things up this evening, it's been awesome to get up close and personal with the cars, the bikes, the riders, the drivers, and the fans who have come from all over the country to witness this great spectacle. Thank you so much for joining us on the live stream. Thanks for everyone for sticking around here for Scrutineering tonight. We'll be back on the live stream bright and early tomorrow. Tune in from around 7:30 in the morning for all of the Prologue action. We look forward to bringing you all the action live from Alice Springs tomorrow morning.
The Finke Desert Race Committee and club members congratulate and thank all our sponsors for getting on board Australia's ultimate off-road race. Not only is it the premier off-road event in the country, it's pulled together by a voluntary committee with enormous community support. It is the generosity of sponsors that keeps costs down and assists us to promote it far and wide.
The Finke Desert Race Committee acknowledges our amazing sponsor, The Lot by Tatts. Tatts have invested well over $1 million in sponsorship since 2000, and together we have forged a strong sporting partnership. Their generosity has allowed Finke to grow to what you see today.
The one thing that the Tatts Finke Desert Race has maintained since it started in 1976 is that it allows anyone to enter. Whether you are the best in the country or just in it for the fun, all competitors strive to achieve a finish. It is with the help of our platinum sponsors that anyone can have a go. We acknowledge the following: Northern Territory Government, TAB, Lassiter's Hotel Casino, Alice Springs Town Council, Imparja Television, Lion, Method Race Wheels.
The Finke Desert Race Committee would like to show great appreciation for our gold sponsors who provide key services and expertise to support the running of the event. Exact Contracting, Ram Hire, Chubb Fire and Safety, Adbri, Morton Brothers Contracting.
With a race of epic proportions, it is the smaller sponsor that gets targeted by competitors hoping to ease their entry burden. A proportion of these also support the event, and we are grateful for their contribution. The club now asks that you support those who support the event. Think of that the next time you're ready to make a purchase. We'd like to thank the following sponsors and supporters: Alice Equipment Hire, Alice Plaza Shopping Centre, Desert Technologies Proprietary Limited, Asprint, National Australia Bank, Thrifty Car Rental, Sportsnet Holidays, Centre Pest Management, Red Centre Technology Partners, APJ Concrete, Northern Territory Correctional Services, Hastings Steering CAT.
The Finke Desert Race Ambassadors are unlike many other promotional modelling positions around the country, selecting real women who have both a passion and interest in motorsport, but also have an interest in volunteering their time to a community event. They become part of the Finke family and are widely recognised. We thank each girl for their contributions as volunteers.
Concrete is one of the world's most relied upon materials. It is all around us. It builds our homes, our infrastructure, and industrial developments. It builds our communities and where we grow. Adbri's Futurecrete possesses the benefits of concrete while using recycled materials to lower embodied carbon compared to conventional concrete, with no cement substitution.